right there. I'll be right with you in just a moment. All right, we're live on YouTube. 1 second, guys. Just need to grab a charger. There should be one around here somewhere. And then we're going to allow Kate to come up and join the live so she can debate. I don't know which premise she disagrees with me on. We have 3 premises, 3 prompts. Israel are the good guys, illegal immigration is bad, and family separation is a good thing. I just realized that my phone was dying, so I need to find something to plug it in with. Let's see if this works. It didn't. So let's see if we can find the end of this, and then maybe we can get it plugged in. Oh, that goes over there. Let me just grab a charger out of my desk. All right. Here's a charger for this. All right, phone plugged in. Now we're gonna let Kate in if she's still here. All right, how's it going, Kate?
How's it going?
Oh, you're a man.
Yeah.
So which premise do you disagree with?
Primarily, actually, just the first one.
Israel
just
are the
that
good guys?
Israel are the good guys.
Okay, and why do you think that Israel are the bad guys?
Well, I think just their premise to lay claim to what we know now as like the modern state of Israel, displacing all those Palestinians in 1948 was, based on like them being the chosen people and that's their promised land. I think that right there was probably a faulty foundation to establish independence because like you could really expand that globally and have a lot of issues. I don't think that was proper. And I think a lot of the things that have taken place since have been in poor negotiation. But I don't think they're the good guys now, even despite all that. I think, just the fact that 45,000 Palestinians are dead and really they don't have a good track record to show that Hamas is even wiped out. And they're one of the most elite military in the world, by the way. So, doing things like bombing schools, hospitals, infrastructure. I mean, even as Trump and Netanyahu established themselves, like, you can't return to it. So, I mean, I don't think that's a good thing. So, yeah, I'm interested to hear your pushback on that.
Yeah. Just writing down what you're saying so I don't forget it. So I would totally disagree with you on pretty much all of those premises. So you said that they displaced a lot of Palestinians in 1948 based on the premise that they were God's chosen people and they moved, they could move there and lay claim to the land. That's not true in 1948. Actually, from the inception of Zionism, it was a secular movement. There was never this push of, like, we believe we're God's chosen people and that's why we deserve to live here. In fact, what actually happened with early Zionism was that there was a lot of pogroms in Europe. Jews weren't allowed to practice medicine. They weren't allowed to practice law. They weren't treated as equal citizens, and they were murdered in the streets while the police watched and didn't care and didn't do anything about it. That caused, particularly, Cashapp was a huge example of this. That really sparked a lot of secular beliefs in Jews. They thought of this idea of creating a new Jew, the quote-unquote new Jew, right? This new Jew would be more separate from Orthodox religious beliefs that they believed turned them into pacifists and prevented them from standing up for themselves and defending themselves. And so they decided, after hearing Hungarians shout in the Hungarian Congress, the anti-Semite party, shout Palestine, or Jew go back to Palestine, and also the Dreyfus Affair, realizing that no matter how well you integrate yourself into a European society, ultimately those people are still going to view you as Jews regardless. They needed to get out. All right, so they decided to go back to their ancestral homeland, which is the land of Judea and Samaria, Israel, and that's why they went back. Also, this displacement of people in 1948 didn't really happen. There were
no, it did.
No. Well, 1 second.
There's a document that was created.
I'll let you finish. Yeah, I'll let you finish. Yeah. So I'm going to finish now. The majority of people who left the land during that time left of their own volition. They fled due to the flail of war. That's
true.
what the majority.
Actually, we can't argue in good debate if you're going to allow.
Yeah, so I can cite like several historians who say exactly this. Benny Morse is a great example. If you read The Palestinian Refugee Problem Revisited, he talks about this specifically. There were a few dozen villages that were, out of 400, that were forcefully evacuated, but they are not, that's not the majority. And then also, a lot of these alleged 700,000 people that fled and left the country during the 1948 war didn't actually leave the country. They moved from urban areas to rural areas. A lot of them were also immigrants. So if they were from Iraq, they just went back to Iraq when the war started. But a lot of these people thought that they would basically leave, go to Jordan or go to Egypt, and then come right back after the war stopped, a swift and decisive victory, because you have several nations against one fledgling nation that doesn't really have a standing military, doesn't really have weapons. They had to buy all their weapons from the Czechs, who just finished selling from the Nazis. So you had a bunch of Holocaust survivors running around with Nazi-stamped weapons because that's how desperate they were. They still won. And so those people didn't just get to come right back as they had anticipated. But the majority of them were not forced out of their homes and removed.
No, I'm sorry. Are you a denier of the Nakba?
Yes, absolutely.
You are?
Absolutely.
Okay. And by what evidence? Because this was in a little Israeli-Palestine war. Like, there's documentation. So
yeah,
what's your
there is.
evidence?
There's documentation of a couple dozen villages being forcefully evacuated, but there's no evidence of widespread forceful evacuation from villages. There is, however, evidence that the majority of the people who left, the majority of those 700,000 people who allegedly left the country in 1948, left of their own volition due to the flail of war. They didn't want to be in a war zone. And on top of that, a lot of the people didn't even leave the country.
Ones, right? You keep glazing over that.
What?
You keep glazing over the fact that there were some that were forcefully displaced.
Yeah, there were some,
correct?
yes. Yeah, there were some.
So it wasn't an Israeli-Palestine war, and they were able to get their way with most, and some had to be forced out?
No. But the claim is that 700,000 people were forcefully evacuated from their homes. That's not true. The majority of those people fled due to the flail of war of their own volition. There were a couple dozen villages that were forcefully evacuated by Israeli forces because those towns were being used as military bases. Unfortunately,
okay, so you admit it was because of the war against them that they fled? That is displacement.
No, they started the war. They started the war. So what happened is after Haj Amin al-Husseini... Yeah, so again, you asked me a question. So no, I'm not saying that because there was a war against them, right? There wasn't a war against them. In fact, they started a war against the Jews. In 1947, after Haj Amin al-Husseini had just finished working for the Nazis and recruiting Muslims in the Balkans to work for the SS, he was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. He fled the British Mandate of Palestine to go to Nazi Germany, where he met with Heinrich Himmler and Adolf Hitler. After that, he recruited Muslims in the Balkans to work for the SS. When the war ended, he came back to the British Mandate of Palestine, and he recruited these people in these 400 villages that otherwise didn't care about national politics, viewed them as the sophisticated plaything of the people in the big cities, right? He convinced them that the Jews were bad and they needed to fight the Jews, and he started a civil war. Those people started a war against the Jews, not the other way around. They lost that war, and they didn't get to return to their home after they left of their own volition.
No, this took place after Schmittler, correct?
Yes,
so when
that's what I said.
Okay, so it sounds like a lot of propaganda you just spewed.
It's not a lot of propaganda.
They came back, they wanted their land back, and they had all this justification. And there's plenty of documentation you're willing to overlook because it's not on your side.
Cite me the documentation.
Huh?
Cite me the documentation.
I mean, we have the Arab-Israeli war, the Nakba. You said you denied that. So you deny Nakba?
Yeah,
or,
Nakba.
Catastrophe? Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you're trying to correct me. I said it right before. So anyways,
what's your point?
You want to deny that. So that already we really
can't. So show me something to the contrary of what I'm saying. I have a photo pulled up right now on my computer of Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, with Adolf Hitler. Let's see if we can find the picture of him with Heinrich Himmler.
Mm-hmm. But they came back after the war to take Israel back,
There he is
correct?
with Himmler. What's that?
So are you saying that Britain was aligned with Schmittler?
When did I say that?
Well, because Palestine belonged to British colonies.
Yeah, you fundamentally misunderstand the concept of British Mandatory Palestine, so I'm going to explain it to you real quick. So after the Ottoman Empire fell in 1917, the League of Nations appointed the French and the British to draw up nations out of the former Ottoman Empire that they had defeated. Okay, one of those mandatory places was Mandatory Palestine. But everyone in the region considered themselves Palestinians, even Jews.
So YouTube doesn't matter, bro. We're debating.
Yeah.
Stop muting me and let's talk about point by point.
Okay, then stop asking me questions and cutting me off. If you want the answer to your question,
it's a debate. And the thing is, you're really not acting in good faith. What I'm saying is the person that you're saying was photographed with Schmittler belonged to what? The Palestine British colonies. So you're saying Britain was aligned with Schmittler. They were not independent from Britain.
So let me ask you this. If a rogue American citizen goes and bombs a movie theater, does that mean that the U.S. government is aligned with that person just because they're an American citizen?
Okay.
I
So
never
to my
said the
point,
British weren't
then
aligned with
how-
either side, to be clear.
No, so you're contradicting yourself. You used the fact of the photograph being with Schmittler
Yes.
as evidence that they were working against Jews beforehand.
Yes.
Now I'm saying that with that photo, are you acknowledging that Britain was aligned with Schmittler before this all
Haj
fell
Amin
through?
al-Husseini
And
is not a
you're
Brit.
saying that just because someone's aligned,
Haj Amin al-Husseini is not a Brit. He's an Arab.
No,
He's
you just
a
said-
what they call them the Ayan families, right? The Khalidis, the Husseinis. These are the people that lived in the big cities. They were the elite families, the leaders of the big cities in Israel at the
Okay,
time.
so
The
they're aligned
Palestinian
with
leaders, quote unquote Palestinian leaders, Arabs.
okay, so Schmittler and Britain,
No,
Palestine.
no.
were aligned
Haj Amin
before.
al-Husseini has nothing to do with Britain. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. He was an Arab leader, a member of the Ayan, which were elite families like the Husseinis and the Khalidis, that led the bigger cities like Jaffa and Jerusalem to the Arabs. He was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. He was the religious leader of Jerusalem for the Arabs, the Muslims.
But who were they under? Britain.
Yes.
They were not
And the
independent. They were under
British,
Britain's
this guy
colony.
left, Haj Amin al-Husseini left the British Mandate of Palestine to fascist Germany because Britain issued an arrest warrant for him for terrorism. They're not aligned with this guy. So I don't know why you keep bringing Britain into it. You're like steamrolling the
How does
conversation.
that tie into the rest of Palestine then? This guy
Yeah,
came back and led the war
Yeah,
against
so
the
another
Jews.
question you've asked me, so great. So how does this tie into the rest of Palestine? Right, because the people in the 400 villages scattered throughout the British Mandatory Palestine did not care about national politics. They cared about their family, their tribe, and their town in that order. They could care less who was nationally governing them so long as they were allowed to cultivate their agriculture. They did not care whether it was the Ottomans,
Perfect. So
whether it
it's
was the Brits, or whether it was the
propaganda,
Jews,
buddy. Most-
right? So these people viewed national politics as a
People weren't aligned
sophisticated
with that.
plaything of people in the bigger cities, right? So Haj Amin al-Husseini, after working for the Nazis, went and recruited these people to start a civil war against the Jews in 1947. And that's why the Civil War broke out.
Most innocent people were expelled from their home.
There
and there
were
was a
some
select
innocent
few
people. There
that
were
were
some
allowed
innocent
to-
people that were expelled from their home. You asked me another question. There were some innocent people that were expelled from their homes, but the reason they were expelled from their homes is because those
Most,
towns
'cause you
were
said
being
most
used.
didn't align.
Most didn't. A couple dozen
Okay,
out
so
of 400.
most were-
Yeah, so you ask me a bunch of questions, and you keep trying to talk over me. So a couple dozen villages out of 400 were forcefully evacuated by the Haganah, right? Because those towns were being
you
used as
just-
military outposts for the Arab
propaganda like
faction of the Civil War.
You just, D, Jesus Christ, man. Keep ranting. You're wrong. Okay? That's
How
it.
am I
You're
wrong?
That's
Explain
it. You're
to me.
wrong.
Explain it to me. How am I wrong?
Because you keep trying to make this point, right? So most of Palestine was evacuated. Most were not
Not true.
aligned with this figure that you're saying was photographed with Schmittler. Now, this figure
The
is
people
what
who
was
led the Civil War
used
were.
to start this war and evict most Palestinians, and the last remaining ones that wanted to stay, that were not aligned with this Schmittler, right? They were forcefully removed.
Not true.
Now, doesn't that sound like a propaganda movement to you?
The majority of Palestinians were not
Right.
forcefully
So most people
evacuated.
lost
The
their home that
majority,
were
according to
associated
most
with-
historians like Benny Morris, fled due to the flail of war on their own
Still fighting to
volition.
take the rest of it. That's all that there
In
is
fact,
to see, right? They're still
60%.
fighting
In
to
fact,
take-
60% that were polled didn't even see a single Israeli soldier. They were evacuating before the Haganah even mobilized
Here, dude,
to
yeah.
their towns, and on top of that, the Haganah was purely defensive
Common
until May
sense
of
says you run
1948.
before the soldiers get there, idiot.
What's
Duh. Like, yeah, but they ran out of fear from who?
perfect. So you admit that the majority didn't even see Israeli soldiers. So again, how could the Israeli soldiers forcefully evacuate these
Fear of
people if they
death.
never saw them? How could the Israeli soldiers, after having never met these
Death will have
people,
you run from
forcefully
a soldier,
evacuate
buddy.
them?
A fear of death will have you run from a soldier. I'm sorry
Right.
to
So
say.
you admit the majority fled due to the flail of war, mostly because
And
they
you
were lied
admit
to
that-
by Arab officials.
And you admit because it was the Jews that came back to take the land, and they fearfully had them fled, right? You admit that.
What are you talking
They
about?
didn't
The Jews
flee
came
because
back to take the
sun was
land.
out. They didn't flee because the sun was out. They fled.
They fled because
their
they
home
fled
was
because
being
their people started a
decimated. There
war.
was
They fled because their people started a war against the Jews, and the Jews fought in that war to defend themselves.
No, because it wasn't their home in the first place. The Jews came back after the war to take this
Do
land.
you
and-
contest that the Arabs started the 1948 war?
Huh?
Do you contest that the Arabs started the 1948 war?
No, I don't.
Okay, great. So the Israelis were acting
Sorry,
in
but they
defense
came
and
back after the
preservation
war
of
to take-
themselves in a war that was not started by
Take
them.
the land from Palestinians. That's what happened in 1948. What's so hard for you to get?
Okay, we're not going to get. Can you?
Okay, maybe he's a.
We're not going to get.
Maybe that figure was associated with Schmidt.
Move on to the next person. We're not getting anywhere here.
I kind of wanted to talk to him.
Oh, sorry. Are you a Zionist?
No, I'm not a Zionist. I'm a Greek. So kind of like the opposite, but not really. It's just like this whole idea that they have that, somehow that these Arabs that are occupying that region have some inherent right there, and that's their homeland. The Arabs were not indigenous to that region, and actually the Philistines were Greeks, right?
Yes, from Crete.
What's that?
From Crete.
Yeah. And the Arabs came and genocided the indigenous Greek population that was there, right? And enslaved them. And then somehow I'm supposed to drop a tear for what's happening to these colonizer occupiers that are there now. Like, I don't care.
Yeah. So the Philistines. So obviously Palestine is an adaptation of the word Philistine, but it's actually funny because depending on who you ask, the word Philistine either comes from the Greek word Philistia, or it comes from an ancient Hebrew word that means invader. But regardless, it's a Roman adaptation, Palestina, that when the Romans conquered it in 136 AD, kicked all the Jews out, they renamed it Syria Palestina. They adapted Philistine to Palestina, and then every empire after that continued on the name Palestina until the Brits, and they adapted it into English, Palestine. So it's a English adaptation of a Roman adaptation of a possibly Hebrew or Greek word to describe Greek people that have no relation to Arabs and are extinct. And Arabs, like you look at the root word here, Arabs, who are Arabs? So like come from Arabia. And where's Arabia? Hundreds, if not thousands of miles away from the Levant.
Exactly. 100%. And, it's just like this ridiculous talking point that they have that somehow that they have this inherent right there. And that they're the original indigenous people there, but there's no, historical evidence to prove that. And like it's even biblical, right? Like you could see the settlements that were there that were Hellenized, during the biblical times. Arabs were never mentioned anywhere in there. So yeah, I just find it really interesting, and you have these individuals who come up here and just like they're talking heads, but they won't mention, the atrocities that occurred there during the Ottoman Empire, let alone before that as well. Like they completely ignore all that stuff. So
totally. Well,
but as for being a Zionist, I don't know, man. Greece and Israel just signed a Mediterranean deal to like do the gas. They're drilling for gas in the Mediterranean. I think that's good for building relations. I'm not a Zionist myself. I can care less. I look for the betterment of Hellenism and America. So other than that, I don't know. Like people always point the finger at the Jews, but what about the Muslims? What about the Chinese? What about the other influential people? What about the Anglos? What about the Germans? What about all these other people that have infiltrated our government?
Totally.
Everyone always ignores them. Like I don't know. I don't get it.
Totally. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
All right, man. Yeah. See ya.
I'm going to let the next person up. So the topics are, again, Israel are the good guys, illegal immigration is bad, and family separation is a good thing.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
It's doing well. So, first thing, I missed so many things. I guess I'll start. What do you think about the 2006 election when H Group was elected into power democratically after Israel and the United States couped them out of power, supplied weapons to Fatah, or attempted at least in the Gaza Strip? Do you think that's a good thing or bad thing?
Wait. So you're making the allegation that that Israel and the United States couped Hamas out of power?
Well, they tried to in 2007, yeah.
Source on that?
I'm pretty sure it's a known fact.
Yeah, I've never heard. I've only heard that Israel is the creator of Hamas, blah blah blah, because they wanted to take Fatah out of power. I've never heard this allegation that Israel and the United States couped Hamas out of power. But what I do know is that there was essentially after Hamas won the majority of seats in the Palestinian Legislative Council in 2006, there was what is in effect a civil war between Fatah and Hamas. Fatah ended up taking the West Bank, and Hamas purged all of their political rivals from the Gaza Strip, throwing them off of buildings, beheading them, and murdering them. Many of them Fatah members.
Yeah. So after, I'm pretty sure it was June 7th, June 7th, 2007, where basically the Palestinian Authority, or Fatah, whatever you want to call it, basically saw that the Palestinian Legislative Council would not recognize Israel, and they would have conflict when it comes to military because H group made like some military force or something like that, and that would counter Fatah. So they felt threatened. And after, I'll get the specific source. Let me see here. But yeah, I don't think that this is like some conspiracy theory. I'm pretty sure this is like,
I'm not saying it is.
I think like usually like scientists agree to this.
Yeah, sounds fine to me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I would say a coup to remove and destabilize a known terrorist organization that spent the previous 5 years murdering over 1,000 Jews in Israel proper, school buses, shopping malls, bars, grills, etc., and literally has in their charter the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "Oh Muslims, oh Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him." I would say probably justified when you have an organization or a political party that's openly calling for the genocide of Jews. Fatih Hamad famously said, "All of you Palestinians in diaspora, wherever you find a Jew on this globe, take care of him by way of slaughter and killing." That's not Israelis, that's Jews, anywhere you find them on the planet, not just in Israel, everywhere. So I'd say like an organization like that, yeah, you should probably do whatever you can to stop them.
Yeah, so why didn't they do that prior to 2005, prior to them unilaterally leaving the Gaza Strip? Like, why do that after? Why leave the Gaza Strip? Let them do a democratic election, which Jimmy Carter said that it was democratic. There was no, I'm pretty sure the voter turnout was very high, right? And after that, 2 years later, again, it was only after the threat of Mahmoud Abbas from H Group that they decided to fund Fatah in order to coup them. And again, with the whole throwing off roofs and the beheadings that happened for 7 days after they sent the money.
I don't know. What are you getting at?
I was on Nick Mattel's panel yesterday, and he said that this was true.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I can accept it as true. But why do I care? And why does it make Israel bad?
Yeah, that's my point. Okay, so they democratically elect H Group into power in 2007, right? They get couped. They attempt to get couped in the Gaza Strip after they successfully get couped in the West Bank, because in the West Bank, H Group, the Palestinian Legislative Council would have applied to the West Bank as well. Yep. But as we know today, Mahmoud Abbas, I don't really know the government structure, but I'm pretty sure he has the Palestinian Legislative Council. I don't know, doesn't really like exist in the West Bank anymore, right?
It's effectively null because they don't have elections.
Yeah, I mean, Mahmoud Abbas does not want to have elections, not H Group, right? H Group would love to have elections. They'd win by a landslide.
Yeah, because they poll higher than Fatah.
Sure, okay.
But I don't understand like why this makes Israel bad, right? When you have an organization that's openly calling for genocide, openly calling to kill Jews wherever you find them on the planet, just spent the last 5 years openly murdering Jews in the streets of Israel, over 1,000 people, all like primarily civilians in civilian areas, places you'd find civilians and not soldiers. I don't understand why like any attempts to prevent these people from getting power is a bad thing.
So why did they leave the Gaza Strip in 2005?
Because the losses were too high.
The losses of what, people in Gush Katif?
I believe it was because the like it wasn't viewed as like a successful or fruitful operation anymore. Like maintaining the Gaza Strip and keeping it under Israeli control wasn't like fruitful, and it was just causing like too many losses. I could be mistaken on that, but
I have like the same thing. I'm pretty sure Ariel Sharon, who by the way is very unpopular in Israel then and now, his coalition fell apart. But yeah, he basically said that the people in Gush Katif couldn't survive because it would cost too much money. Because Gush Katif geographically is in the southern west part of the Gaza Strip. So north they have Arabs, to the east they have Arabs, after to the west they have water. And after to the south, they have Egypt, right? So they were completely surrounded by just enemies, and it costed too much money to pay for security forces to. So, like,
how does this make Israel bad, though?
So my point is the Palestinian Authority again. Yeah. So they basically couped them into power. That's what Israel effectively forced them into
Fatah
power.
Already had power. And Mahmoud Abbas was already in charge, so he didn't coup them into power. They prevented Hamas from taking power.
Okay, sure. He won the presidential election in 2005 or 2005. Sure. Okay, but my point is, I think that. Do you think the West Bank is occupied today?
No.
No. Okay. Why is it? Because of the UPJ principle? Is just because the resolution 242 is non-binding, or like what's your argument?
Yeah, like I don't think that like if somebody agrees to certain borders, I don't think that you can occupy. So like if I say like, all right, you can have like this half of the house, you're not occupying that half of my house, right? You can't be
So you think
occupying
that
something against the
Israel
agreement that they made.
let the Palestinians into the West Bank? Like, I'm confused. Like, do you not
So
think
in
that
1994 and 1996, we had something called the Oslo Agreements. Under Oslo, the Palestinian Authority got Area A, and then Area B would be administered by the Palestinian Authority. Right, Area A is administered and secured by the Palestinian Authority. Area B is jointly secured by Israel and the PA, and administered by the PA. And then Area C is Israeli territory. This was agreed to by the Palestinians.
Yeah, I know, but you do realize that
So what
the
part
Oslo
of the
Accords
West Bank
is only
do you
supposed to
think
last 5 years, right?
It was supposed to only last 5 years. That was until Yasser Arafat broke the agreement by ordering Hamas, according to his wife Suha on Dubai National Television, to carry out the Second Intifada and kill 1,000 Jews. Right.
So where was it inside the Oslo Accords that it would extend after, if there were disagreements from Yasser Arafat?
No, it's not a disagreement. You
like,
breached the agreement it's a peace deal, right? So when you violate the peace by ordering the murder of over 1,000 people,
if
the agreement is null.
If they violate the peace agreement, why are you saying that the reason, dude? You can't have it both ways. If you're saying the Oslo Accords did not pass, then why are you saying that?
Wait, I didn't say the Oslo Accords didn't.
A, B, and C.
I didn't say the Oslo Accords didn't pass. The Oslo Accords were agreed to. The 5-year period came to a head in 2000. They went to Camp David, Yasser Arafat, and Ehud Barak in 2000 with Bill Clinton to
they
negotiate.
rejected it.
They rejected it. Yes, the Palestinians were offered upwards of 90% of the West Bank, a capital in East Jerusalem, and 4% of Israel. They rejected it out of hand, and then they went. Yasser Arafat went home and ordered the Second Intifada, and over 1,000 Jews were killed. Okay, that is a breach of the agreement. Israel didn't advance the agreement and give them more land because the agreement had been breached and no further peace could be met. They obtained,
if they breached it, then why is there still currently people in Area C and Area B?
They maintained the status quo.
Okay, so they breached their agreement, and after that,
They stopped the progress and they maintained the status quo.
Okay, I'll grant that. Okay, do you feel like they have economic control over the West Bank at least? Like
Israel?
Not the PA. Yeah, the PA will effectively do whatever Israel says, right? Because
not true. Not true.
Yeah, I mean literally. Yeah, I mean the Paris Protocols, which was the economic relation deal.
If the PA would do anything that Israel said, how come the PA didn't stop people from shooting into Jerusalem in the early 2000s?
I'm sorry?
If the PA would do anything that Israel said, why didn't they stop people from shooting into Jerusalem in the early 2000s?
Like the Second Intifada?
During the Second Intifada, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm about to explain. So my understanding is that under the Oslo Accord, something called the Paris Protocols, which was basically the deal for the economic relations between the Palestinian Authority and the Israelis, and it says that the VAT tax, the value-added tax that would come from imports, would basically be held from Israel, and they pay it out every single month, right? And during the Second Intifada, Israel withheld these funds, and that actually forced the Palestinian Authority to stop attacks in 2005, which helped end the Intifada. And Israel has done that multiple times, where they just withhold the funds, because 75% of the Palestinian Authority's funding goes through Israel, and they can just hold it and decide not to pay for them, and not pay them, right, on a monthly basis. So because of this, I'm saying,
yeah, well, if you're killing
because of
people,
that threat, then the PA effectively has to listen to Israel. Yeah.
They routinely don't listen to Israel. They routinely speak against Israel. I don't think just because Israel uses leverage that they have to stop people from getting killed doesn't mean that Israel is all controlling of the Palestinian Authority, or that they have full control over the Palestinian Authority.
75% of the funding of the Palestinian Authority goes through Israel. And you feel like that's not significant, or?
I didn't say it's not significant, but why does it matter? Why does it make Israel the bad guys?
Why does it matter? Okay, instead of the word occupation, I'll say
this didn't have to be the case. This didn't have to continue being the case if Yasser Arafat didn't decide to order the killing of over 1,000 innocent people.
Okay, but he
very, very well. There very well could be a legitimately internationally recognized full-fledged Palestinian state right now in 90% of the West Bank, 4% of Israel, with East Jerusalem as its capital. But there isn't, because Yasser Arafat rejected the deal out of hand and then ordered the killing of over 1,000 people.
Okay, sure. But how about today? And by the way, person in the comments saying Nick proved this last night. Nick posts his VODs on YouTube. Last night, he literally agreed with me. What are you talking about?
Agreed about what? I don't listen. This isn't Nick's live.
Okay, yeah, sorry, it doesn't matter. It's comments. Yeah, okay. But
what is your point
is,
though? Because
I don't really know much about Yasser Arafat, but he did do that, and we're here now.
Yes.
So I feel like, again, Israel does have control over 75% of the funding. Why would the Palestinian
they
Authority
should
bite
maintain
the
that
hand feeds
leverage
them?
because there are still routinely terrorist attacks that come out of the West Bank. There was just one that came out of the West Bank a couple of weeks ago when I was in Israel. A ramming attack on a checkpoint. It happens every single day. Of course they're going to maintain leverage because the terrorist attacks don't stop. If you want your land, you want economic control from Israel to cease, like stop committing terrorist attacks.
Okay, I agree, but that's also affecting the people that are not committing the T attacks. Right? I mean, the people in the West Bank are not able to economically prosper because of this. And also, they're in a customs union, meaning that
so maybe their police force should crack down on terrorists within the West Bank, but they don't. And the reason for that is because the PA isn't really in charge, right? I was just in Israel with the guy who designed the West Bank border fence the other day, and he was friends with the chief of police. I forget what neighborhood. It's just outside of Bethlehem, below Jerusalem, and he called up his friend who was the Palestinian police chief, and he's a retired IDF colonel. He designed the fence. You guys are shooting at us, like, fridge light comes on, somebody walks in their kitchen to get a food in the middle of the night, they're getting shot at through their apartment window. We need to stop the shooting, like, you gotta stop the shooting. They're gonna kill me if I stop the shooting. The terrorists have control. If you wanna fix the issue, if you wanna make real progress towards peace and towards removing economic restrictions or any kind of security control, then stop killing people. It's not going to stop until you get a grasp on your people and you start enforcing laws and you start preventing people from slaughtering other people or committing terrorist attacks against Israel.
Okay, sure. I mean, and doesn't also, under the Oslo, doesn't also Israel reserve the right to go into Area A whenever they want, and for whatever security reasons, and also whenever there's a T person that commits a T attack, they demolish the house and the entire family after the rest of the family suffers for one man's doing.
That's not an official policy. What happens is if a house is being used as a firing position, they demo it. Most often.
If it's used for a firing position,
if it's being used as a routine firing position, sometimes they'll demo the house. It's happened a lot in Gaza. I don't see a problem with that either. If you're gonna use and a lot of times these houses are completely shot out and nobody's living in them anyway.
Wait, so the rest of the family has to suffer for what that
usually when the houses get demoed because they're being used as firing positions, there's nobody living in the houses. They're being used as firing positions.
Okay, then I guess I just have a misunderstanding, because my understanding where the reason why the Martyrdom Fund exists is because it wants to pay the people or the families of the person that committed the T attacks, the families, because they usually go homeless. That's my understanding, but I guess I'll revise that or whatever.
Well, it doesn't mean that people don't go homeless, but if let's say you have a husband, right, and your husband has become a terrorist and he's now using your house as a firing position. You can't even live in your house anymore because it's so shot up because fire is just being exchanged between terrorists and Israeli forces all the time. And the Israeli government has to demo your house because it's too much of a hazard because it's being used as a firing position, right? That's probably on you for marrying a terrorist, and I don't feel bad for you, even a little bit.
I mean, how about the children? I mean, sure.
Sure, yeah, it's unfortunate for the children, but
okay. Yeah, I mean, that's my main point. I like that they control it, and therefore, it's never going to be able to become economically prosperous, and they're also in a customs
while they're
union.
Still killing people
naturally, and they're unable to negotiate their own trade deals with other countries, and also Israel's literally right next to them. So how are they going to have any domestic manufacturing ever, right? Considering that there's always going to be, Israel has a high GDP per capita in the entire region, in the entire Middle East, I think, right? Mm-hmm. So all of the goods and services, they have comparative advantage, right? So therefore there would never be domestic manufacturing. They rely on imports, and with the imports, 75% of those imports, of the money that comes from those imports, is held by Israel. So yeah, they're never going to be able to be economically prosperous ever. And the Gaza Strip obviously was the blockade,
the West Bank and Gaza are already more economically prosperous than the majority of surrounding countries. Regardless, have you ever been to the West Bank or to, or have you ever seen pictures of Gaza prior to the war? A lot of people have this idea in their head that the West Bank and Gaza are complete shitholes and the conditions are terrible, but they're not. Right? They have huge modern shopping malls all over the West Bank. in like Ramallah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw a stat that said like 50% of their 50% of their imports come from Israel specifically, the goods and services, inside the West Bank.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I'm sure, but that's not like it's all it's like 75% imports, right? And that's not usually good for a country.
Well, they're not a country.
To have like 75% of like GDP
they're not
on like
but they're not a
domestic.
country. That's the problem. They're not a country. They could have been, but they're not.
Okay,
and if you want this like these economic burdens that face like the West Bank or Gaza to cease, they need to stop killing people. The best way for them to become like an independent, self-determined state is to stop killing people.
Sure. Okay. I guess I'm saying that it exists and that's bad, and you're saying that it exists and it's necessary. So I guess that's just like a difference of whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's only necessary.
I do agree that the PA should like crack down on theism, and I do think that like age groups like return the hostages, but like I don't know if that
it's only necessary under the current conditions. So like if the status quo changes and they stop killing people, they stop ramming checkpoints, they stop attacking soldiers, etc. Like then we can come to the table and like work on a peace agreement, right? But if every time you get a peace agreement and it's not all of Israel, you throw a little temper tantrum like a toddler and you go home and kill 1,000 people, like Israel's going to continue to be reluctant to want to actually give you anything. Israel's always had this doctrine of like, we're not going to be bullied into peace, right? We're happy to make peace when it's available, but we're not going to be bullied into peace, right? A great example of this is Egypt in Sinai, right? So in 67, they took Sinai, and then Sadat and Nasser continued to say for years and years and years, we're going to push Israel into the Mediterranean, all the Jews are going to be gone, we need to wipe Israel off the face of the planet. And then finally Nasser dies, Sadat continues saying the same thing, and then realizes like my people don't actually care that much. Well, again, they do care kind of, but they want Sinai back, right? So he said, if I have to get on my knees and beg in front of the Knesset to negotiate for Sinai back, I'll do it. He went to Israel, he met with Ben Gurion, Golda Meir, and all the people he formerly been to war with, and then he negotiated for Sinai.
I thought that after the Yom Kippur War, effectively, obviously Israel won, but I'm pretty sure right after that was like 5 years later that they gave back all the Sinai Peninsula and Israel didn't get anything back. So wait, what do you mean they like? You're saying he went back to beg? I'm pretty sure it was just
that was his exact words. That if he had to beg in front of the Knesset to negotiate for Sinai back, that he would, because he realized that it wasn't because Israel didn't give it back because they were so devastated by the Yom Kippur War. Like you said, they won the Yom Kippur War, right? The reason they gave it back was Sadat was finally done going to war with Israel, right? I went to war with Israel again. We invaded again. We've been to war 6 times in the past 30 years. It's not working. We're just losing territory. We're not getting Sinai back. Finally, he went and actually negotiated rather than threatening war and threatening to destroy Israel. He changed the official policy against trying to destroy Israel and push them into the, spoken policy of wanting to push them into the Mediterranean. And they negotiated, and both Sadat and Begin won Nobel Peace Prizes. Unfortunately, Sadat's own people killed him.
Yeah, 2 years later. Yeah, but wait, why are you saying negotiating if they just unilaterally gave it back? I mean, Israel didn't get anything out of that, right? They had to demolish settlements as well in the Sinai Peninsula as well, right? I don't know how many settlers there were there, but it seemed like Israel just lost there, right? They don't really get anything.
Absolutely not. They negotiated to stop going to they wanted to stop going to war. Israel wanted to stop going to war. They wanted peace, right? They saw a way to achieve peace by giving Sinai back. And Sadat had finally changed his tune and didn't want to murder Jews anymore. He just wanted Sinai back. And it was a risk, but it seems like every single time you have a situation where somebody wants to basically bully you into peace, bully you into submitting, right? Israel is we're not going to be bullied into submitting, but if you want to make peace and you're actually genuine about making peace, we'll make peace with you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I generally agree. I agree. Jordan signed peace as well, and so did Syria for parts of time. I'm not going to argue that. But the Palestinian Authority, I feel has done lots of Israel's demands, and that has not moved the Palestinians any further ever. Right? They recognize Israel.
Because they reject every deal.
They allowed them into Area C. They haven't. Palestinian Authority hasn't accomplished anything for the Palestinians for the past 2 decades, and they've been conceding. Whether it's economic control of the whole entire West Bank or it's recognizing Israel, blah 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 blah. Nothing.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem. I think the biggest problem is first of all, the Palestinian Authority rejects every peace deal that's given to them. I think like a really great saying to sum this up is Palestinians will never miss an opportunity, but I think there's an underlying cause for that, right? And the underlying cause, the majority of Palestinians want the Jews gone. They want everything from the river to the sea. The Palestinian Authority probably for the most part wants peace, and they want to establish a state in or around the West Bank. But they know that if they do that and they don't get all of Israel, they're just going to be viewed as collaborators, and they're probably going to get overthrown, right? So there's like a lot of like really meticulous political problems going on within this. And that's the problem, is like the majority of Palestinians are undoubtedly anti-Semitic, want the Jews gone, and they want everything.
Okay, sure. What do you mean they reject most of the peace deals? Wasn't literally after the first Intifada that Yitzhak Rabin sat across the table in Oslo from literal like TS, you call me, actually I will call me TS as well, Yasser Arafat, and signed peace and turned the PLO into the PA? That was like a huge peace deal they accepted. They didn't reject.
Like you're right. In 94 and 96, there were 2 peace deals that were accepted out of the, I don't even know how many that have been offered. Like
how many? Okay, the Israelis also rejected the 2002 Arab Peace Initiative that said that they'll fully recognize Israel. They actually, I think they might have said they even normalized with Israel.
What was going on in 2002?
I'm sorry?
What was going on in 2002?
Yeah, it was the second Intifada.
Exactly.
So like, we're not going to negotiate. That's the reason the deal was offered.
It goes back to this thing, like we're not going to be bullied into peace, right? If you're actively killing our people in the streets, we're not going to be sitting down and negotiating for peace with you. We're gonna end what's going on.
That's literally what happened during the first Intifada. The first Intifada led to the Oslo Accords. The second Intifada led to the withdrawal of this outside of the Gaza Strip by Israel unilaterally. I know Ariel was unpopular, but that still happened literally after the second Intifada. The day the second Intifada ended, they pulled out of the Gaza Strip, and the day that the first Intifada stopped, they signed Oslo. Like Israel conceded both times, right?
Sure. I guess like first of all, I don't necessarily agree that Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip like to make peace after the second Intifada. That's not the reason why they withdrew from the second Intifada. We already agreed on why they withdrew.
We agreed on what? Yeah, wait. We agreed on why they withdrew. Yeah, they withdrew because there's too many attacks on Gush Katif, right?
Right, but they didn't make peace. They left Gaza and they put up a blockade.
They didn't make peace. Okay, sure. I'm saying that there's advancements made for the Palestinian side or whatever.
I don't know if you'd call it an advancement, being like, like you're here now. We're gonna put up a huge fence around you so that you can't kill people. I don't know if that's like a huge advancement for them. They get the Gaza Strip, sure, but
no military occupation, and they get to vote for whoever they want to be in power.
But evidently, they don't get to vote for whoever they want in power. There hasn't been an election since 2006, and in 2006, they didn't exactly get to elect who they wanted to either.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. All right. I agree. I think the martyrdom fund, the pay for slay, again, I'm going to look up how it actually works. And if it works the way they're describing it to me, where they literally just pay stipends to Palestinians to unalive, like, Jewish people, then obviously I disagree with that, and I guess I'll shift my opinion. And again, I'll look at the specific statistics for how many T attacks are happening on a yearly basis, and what the PA and how the PA is actually like failing to stop that. I thought that the PA did try to crack down on it, but apparently, like, I don't know. Like, I'll see. I'll look it up. But yeah, appreciate for having me up.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Let's see. Also, the guy who keeps talking about the USS Liberty in the comments, come on up. I'd love to talk about it. Do we have a number on the amount of terrorist attacks per year in Israel? The USS Liberty in the comments. Danielle, you should tell Nick to come over here. Diddy Sisson, he's the guy who's talking about the Liberty, I think. Yo, what's up? Are you the guy who's talking about the USS Liberty?
Remember the Liberty.
Okay, let's talk about the USS Liberty. What do you think happened?
Well, yeah, the same thing that the sailors think happened. Phil Turney, he's the surviving member of the USS Liberty Foundation. Would you talk to him?
I've actually talked to survivors. Yeah, not Phil, but Joe Meadors, who was a signalman on the bridge, and a couple others briefly. But yeah, I've talked to survivors.
Yeah, and they believe that Israel intentionally targeted them, obviously.
Yeah, and I would say they're brain dead.
Phil Turney, brain dead.
Yes. Yeah, Phil Turney and Joe Meadors are both brain dead. They're liars, and they make money off of their lies.
Okay. Secretary of State at the time, what was his name? Dean Rusk. Is he just stupid too? He said he wasn't. He didn't take the Israelis' excuse. He said he didn't put any weight in that. And
well, I believe Dean Rusk, like Captain McGonagall of USS Liberty, was actually not saying that he believed Israel intentionally attacked the USS Liberty, but he believed that fault should be placed on Israel, which I agree with. So what my position is that the USS Liberty was an accident. Now there's fault to go around. There's fault that lies both on the United States and on Israel in this situation, but it wasn't an intentional attack. Israel did not want to sink an American ship. They didn't want to disable an American ship. They didn't want to kill American soldiers. So what actually happened is there's a town in Sinai called El Arish, okay, and in El Arish there was a weapons cache, okay, with munitions, and those munitions are explosive. So the USS Liberty in 1967 was just off the coast of El Arish, and at this time the US's UN ambassador had given Israel verbal assurances that there were absolutely no U.S. ships within 100 nautical miles of the war zone. Remember, this is 1967. The Six-Day War is happening. I believe it's
well, they also pinged them earlier in the day.
One sec.
To be fair, they pinged them earlier in the day. They marked them on their map. They hit them on the radio.
Yep, and we'll talk about that. Yeah. So they weren't able to identify the ship pinged. They pinged it as a possible U.S. ship in a completely different location than when they found it later that day.
Yeah, but it was perfect visibility, and the wind was flying.
So one sec. I'm not finished yet. So this is what happened. So the UN ambassador had given Israel verbal assurances that there were absolutely no ships within 100 nautical miles. They had so the Liberty actually left the United States before the war broke out, and I believe it arrived off the coast of Sinai on the third day, and it was only 14 nautical miles from the coast. Okay, so they had pinged the USS Liberty multiple times or cabled it from Washington, telling it to turn around and stay within 100 nautical miles of the battle zone. The USS Liberty never received those cables. I think they received them like a day or two after the attack. So in El Arish, back to El Arish. So you're right, the battle table, the TAC map, was pinged with a possible U.S. ship at some point during the day. I believe it was a Mirage jet had flown by it, and I said, I think that might be a U.S. ship, I'm not sure, and there wasn't like a lot of time spent on it. This was like during an operation that was going on in Egypt, and they were flying back to Israel, and they pinged the ship. Now they found it later, I believe on the third day of the war, in a completely different location off the coast of El Arish in Sinai. It was somewhere between 11 and 14 nautical miles off the coast of El Arish. So what happened is basically like, I don't know how I can explain this. So this is what it looks like. So like it's kind of like this cove kind of thing, right? So you have Israel up here, and then you have Sinai here and Egypt here, right? So it's kind of like this little gully. Okay. So you have the port of Said over here and Israel over here. So the patrol route of the Liberty was like this. Boop, boop. They reach a certain like buffer zone to the coast, and then they completely turn directions. So what happened is, in El Arish is like over here. So in El Arish, a fire breaks out in the ammunition depot, right? Completely benign fire, had nothing to do with the USS Liberty. The cache explodes. The people who are living in El Arish report to the Israeli government, we're being shelled by like an Egyptian military vessel on the coast. Okay, so they scramble jets super fast, and now they see like the Liberty has reached the end of its patrol route, and it's now heading towards the port of Said. So what they believe is this is an Egyptian ship. They identified it as the El Qasir, that came up, broadsided El Arish, shelled it, and is now fleeing towards El Arish. So they pursue in jets the USS Liberty, and they attack it. They don't notice the American flag. You can read the transcripts between the pilot and the air traffic controller, both pilots and the air traffic controllers. They never identified any flags. They asked, is there a flag? No, there's not a flag.
The Haaretz article says otherwise.
What's that?
Haaretz article claims there's quotes from the pilot.
Yeah. What
don't
does
care,
the
hit her anyway.
Yeah. What does the
Sir, it's an
Haaretz
American
article
ship,
cite?
Don't care, hit her anyway.
What does the Haaretz article cite?
That.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't cite the transcripts.
And also, Phil Torrey
cites-
claimed that the person in the helicopter, after they machine gunned the side of the boat, flew over the boat and flipped them off. He knew exactly who they were. The flag was still flying.
Wrong. So I'm going to
Unless you think
explain it.
that's like, and even these guys, they stole yellow cake uranium out of Argentina. They've been accused of smuggling weapons out of Apollo. Like, these guys have had their fingerprints out of all this shit.
Okay,
like, if it was a one-off
so real
thing,
quick,
it'd be
I want to
whatever, but
respond.
it's like,
I want to respond real quick to what you said. So you're talking about this Haaretz article. So this Haaretz article that claims that the pilots identified the USS flag. So what the Haaretz article cites in that article is that somebody heard from somebody who heard from somebody else that the pilot identified the flag on the ship. Now, this was before the transcripts were declassified and available to the public. They are available to the public now, and you can read them. They are asked multiple times if they can identify a flag, and if you look up a photo of the USS Liberty right now, you're not going to be able to see the flag very well. Okay, it's very small compared to the overall size of the ship, and also they were flying between 15 to 50,000 miles at all times. 15 to 50,000 miles above sea level at all times, making it even more difficult to identify a flag on this ship. With that being said, the only time that they dropped below 15,000 miles was to strafe the ship, and they didn't see an American flag because they were busy strafing the ship. What they did see, I can't remember if it was the MTG motor torpedo boats or if it was actually it was the pilots, because you can read it in the transcript. They identify CTR-5 on the side of the ship, and they cross-reference it with known vessels and don't find anything. Why? Because if you look at the photo of the USS Liberty, it sure does look like it says CTR-5 on the side of the ship. In reality,
AGTR5.
Yeah, it's GTR. It says GTR-5. There's no A. It says GTR-5, which obviously GTR-5 would flag for like a known vessel. CTR-5 won't, but you can hardly tell it's a G if you look at a photo of the USS Liberty. It's a very easy mistake to make, especially for people who don't speak English.
So do you think the claims that the sailors make that their radar was being jammed was just like fake and a lie?
I think it's totally made up.
Just a complete lie?
Yeah, I'll tell you why I think it's totally made up. First of all, so I've spoken to Joe Meadors, who, again, was a signalman on the bridge, and he makes a number of false claims that actually directly contradict his other crewmates. So, for example, Joe says that there were no markings on the Israeli fighter jets that attacked the ship. Okay, interesting, because his crewmate, Theodore Afstern, said in an official statement that he witnessed a Jewish crewmate of the USS Liberty, a Jewish-American sailor, on the deck crying when he saw a fighter jet with the Star of David on the side of it and the Israeli flag come down and strafe it. He feels betrayed. He's a Jew. He's now being attacked by Jews, right? So how could he have noticed the Star of David on the wing of the aircraft and the Israeli flag and started crying if the planes weren't marked? Because the whole idea that Phil Turney and Joe Meadors push is this idea that the Jews flew unmarked aircraft so that they could blame the Arabs. Now that doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll explain that.
I mean,
one second. I'll let you go just 1 second. I'll let you go just 1 second. That also couldn't be the case because Israel, so like the idea is that Israel was trying to blame the Arabs. That's why they flew unmarked aircrafts. It's not true. They didn't fly unmarked aircrafts. But it doesn't even make sense because if you're going to attack an American vessel while you are desperately clamoring for American support, which is what Israel was doing at the time, you're going to come up with a plausible story. If you fly unmarked aircraft to blame the Arabs, it's probably not a good idea to do that if you just destroyed 90% of their aircraft on the tarmac. The Arabs didn't have an air force at this time. So if you're going to attack the USS Liberty, you should probably do it from a hunky, dunk-ass ship that you stole from the Egyptians, not with...
Well, it didn't matter because their goal was to sink it.
What's that?
It didn't matter because if there was no survivors, it didn't matter what they attacked it with. It could have been a modern F-15 for all we care. We wouldn't have known what it was because they would have all been dead.
Wait, that's not true because...
we would have found the American ship and all the sailors dead and they would have blamed it on the Arabs.
That's not true.
That's the claim.
That's not true because...
And they could have nuked it with like an alien weapon. It doesn't matter that it was like some modern fighting plane.
I'll tell you why that doesn't make sense.
For anyone to survive.
I'll tell you why that doesn't make sense. Because the USS Liberty was actively sending signals to like other U.S. ships, to other U.S. fleets, right? So like Israel knows that if this is an American ship, they have the capability to do that.
Yeah, that's why they jam their radar actively, and they jam.
Oh, really? They jammed their radar. Here's another great like thing that Joe Medora says that doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Is if they jammed the radars, how did they get signals to the U.S. fleet?
They said a kid like ran a line all the way across from like bow to stern in like some heroic action to like reconnect the comms or something.
Yeah, and USS Liberty survivors, like other survivors, also say that never happened.
Okay, so what? You have people in Germany that said the Holocaust didn't happen. That's like, it doesn't matter.
Right, but
it's like these are just claims.
Do you see what you're doing? We should cite objective history that doesn't have a bias rather than citing people's personal accounts, because what the USS Liberty survivors have done is specifically only like 3 of them, right? Joe Medors, Phil Turney, and
Well, they were
a couple others.
They were gagged by the government, threatened with death.
Real quick. Joe Medors, Phil Turney, and a couple others have like made this whole story their career, right? So what they've done is they've warped a historical record to basically claim that like personal accounts of what happened are the end all be all of like historical record, right? But how could that be the case if all of them contradict each other? How could that be the case if they all contradict each other, right? We have objective history of what happened.
It would be more weird if all 153 didn't contradict each other. Imagine 153 people from a traumatic event all having the same exact story.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem.
That wouldn't even make any sense.
But that's the problem.
Investigators will tell you that would never happen. Judges, people who've experienced with this stuff would say that, yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is like this isn't just like a couple inconsistencies. These are the things that the primary arguments for Israel did it on purpose hinge on. They were flying unmarked aircraft. They mowed people down in helicopters, which didn't happen because we also have the transcripts between the helicopter pilots and their controllers, right? The helicopters, they were medical Hornet helicopters. They didn't have weapons. Or if they did, it was like maybe some like machine guns on the aircraft, but they never shot. Like plenty of survivors all say they never shot at them. What a lot of survivors like Captain McGonigal say is that so this is a surveillance ship, right? It's a spy ship. What Captain McGonigal says is that the Hornet helicopters came down after they realized it was an American ship. The Hornet helicopters came down to render aid and save American sailors, and the crew said, "Absolutely not. We don't want your help."
They dropped a note and they said, "Is anyone hurt?" After they freaking tried to sink the ship.
Yeah. 1 second. So they tried to help people. They even tried to like offer people like rides on the helicopters or whatever. The reason they didn't take up their help was because they couldn't have like foreign military step foot on their ship because it's a spy ship. There's sensitive intelligence on the ship, and so they nursed it to Malta, right? But the integral arguments for Israel did it all don't add up because they're contradicted by other people who claim they saw different things on the ship, crewmates, right? So
that doesn't mean it didn't happen though, because someone contradicted someone's
claim. Well, right. When we have other objective like accounts of what happened, like for example, these ships, these Mirage fighter jets that attacked the USS Liberty, were literally on their way back and running out of fuel from an operation in Egypt, where they weren't flying unmarked aircraft. They flew marked aircraft. And regardless, like we know Israel flies Mirage fighter jets, and we know that Egypt doesn't have them. They were flying maybe MiGs at the time, I don't recall, right? And we also know that Israel destroyed 90% of the Egyptian Air Force on the tarmac. So it wouldn't make sense to blame them because they don't have an Air Force. They don't have any fighter jets to do this with. So it doesn't make
this wouldn't even be like the boldest thing Israel has done to America. Like, what about like stealing yellow cake uranium out of Argentina?
So why are we pivoting? I thought we were talking about the USS Liberty.
Why are we pivoting? Well, no, because they displayed over and over again with like either the O-to-go messaging, involvement in the JFK assassination, all this stuff. Jeffrey Epstein, that these guys are not our allies. These guys are worse.
What did they do with Jeffrey Epstein? We're pivoting because you lost the USS Liberty.
No, this is not.
What about Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein's obviously an Israeli agent. What do you mean? He met with the PM 34 times in 1 year.
Okay.
Connected to Mossad spy.
Okay. Jeffrey Epstein met with a lot of people. That was his whole thing, is he met with powerful people to show women that
mostly emphatical Israeli Zionists, people like Lex Wexner,
who he gave his entire fund to, is a pedophile
people like
too?
Alan Dershowitz, people like Weinstein, people like, people that Israel wanted in their pocket.
So we've lost the USS Liberty argument, and we have zero evidence that Jeffrey Epstein is an Israeli agent outside of pure speculation. I was hoping he'd bring up the passport thing that Candace Owens pushes. Complete bullshit. You can come back up if you want to keep talking about the Liberty. You're not the second person, but I'll bring you up. How did I lie my nose off? If you think that the Liberty was attacked on purpose by Israel, like, you're more than welcome to come up and make your case for why you think that's the case. But I'm just telling you, you're not going to win. One sec, I got to make sure that my thing is plugged in here. My extension cord, it's not working for some reason. I don't know why. That'd probably be why. I wasn't plugged in all the way. There we go, that's better. I'm America First too, Diddy.
Hey, Cam.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I just had a couple questions because you might know my friend R. We're working on a few transcripts for Nargila Report. You've probably heard him once was R on Twitter, but we were curious how your book was going. Well, more me than him. But he had a specific question. If you were continuing if you were actually continuing your literature or your articles, and how has that been going for you?
Yeah, I haven't worked on the book in a while. I should probably pick it back up soon, but
We'd love to get you involved in a transcript anyway.
you guys publish books,
so
or
whenever
what?
you get it out, yeah, and Angela too. We're reaching out to a few people, so it's always good because you do have a lot of knowledge on specific subjects. And just wanted to say shout out to you. I wanted to let you know something too that I researched. Maybe you'll find interesting.
Okay.
The black and white keffiyeh was actually, and I'm sure you knew this part, was actually banned in Gaza if it was a sign of Fatah support. The red and black one was banned if it was a sign of Jordanian support. We know H Group only allowed their signs since they took over in 2007. There's a bunch of articles showing H Group attacking students and cracking down on the keffiyeh simply for it being a sign of Fatah support. And then when you see journalists like Mr. Faifo wearing it again, I said journalist as a joke there, but when you see him wearing it and tossing it around with his friends, then you can see they readapted the black and white keffiyeh in a cynical, twisted manner to just readopt it back in because they see the West doing it. They see Americans wearing it, misunderstanding it. So it creates a cycle of misunderstanding. And I think this would be an interesting topic to research for you too. Because, we know what happened to Fatah in Gaza after H Group took over in 2007. They were pushed off of Rus. But anyway, Cam, it's always good hearing from you. Hopefully I can follow up with you on Twitter. So talk to you later, fam.
Shoot me a DM on Twitter. And if I don't answer, just ping me again and send me a link for this keffiyeh banning thing too.
Yeah, definitely will.
Great. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one. What's up,
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How are you? Hi.
Pretty good.
How's it going?
Good. How are
Oh,
you?
you got an echo history.
Good. How are you?
It's still there.
Who's the other guy?
Oh, is he in already?
I think it's the other guy.
Yeah, I guess it is him.
How about now?
Oh, is
Yeah,
he?
you do. Oh, wait, no, you still have it. It's still you. Request to join if you disagree with any of my premises.
Okay. Is that
Anyway,
yes?
Cam. Okay.
How's it going?
I don't disagree.
I know you don't.
I'm sorry. Wait. Do you still remember me?
Yeah, I remember you.
Okay, good. Can I share you?
What's up?
Can I share you?
Wait, I didn't
Do you
hear
want
you.
to kick me?
No, you're fine. You're fine. You can stay.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna go in my room.
Sounds good. All right, we're gonna.
Yeah, how have you been?
What's up?
How have you been?
I've been pretty good.
Have you seen this group chat? Well, you will have seen it. I'm not going to ask you if you've seen it.
What group chat is that?
The one about America attacking Yemen.
Oh yeah, I heard about this. I haven't seen anything that like proves it's true or not true.
Doesn't he have the screenshots?
Who has the screenshots?
The journalist Jeffrey Goldberg.
Oh, does he?
I think so.
Oh, then I would say it's a pretty big blunder.
It's pretty poor.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Do you disagree with any of my premises?
I don't.
Okay.
My bad.
No worries. You're good.
I just wanted to ask one question though.
Sure.
When are you going to find the time to debate Peter or the other liberals
Who's Peter?
that are here on TikTok?
I don't know who Peter
Not
is.
Peter. Oh, what's his name? What the hell is his name? His name is he was friends with Harry.
Talking about Dean or Parker?
Parker. There you go.
Yeah,
it was
I've
Parker.
debated Parker.
Like,
Justice
is there going to be a
Harry.
moment where you're going to debate him?
I've debated all four of them. Numerous times.
Dude, if you have a link to share, I wouldn't mind watching that.
It was unfortunately on our each of our respective TikTok lives, so it's not saved anywhere. But
Yo, I'm sad that I missed that.
no worries. I'll do it again someday.
All right. Well, you can kick me out if you want.
All right, see you, man. History. What happened? He went out with a tune.
TikTok's bugging tonight. I don't know what's going on.
No, yeah, okay, this is super separate, not Israel-Palestine.
Yeah.
What is the whole family separation is a good thing? Why is that good? Like,
Yeah.
So, is that the zero tolerance policy?
Yeah. So prior to the zero tolerance, children go to HHS shelters. We were just putting kids in the detainment facilities to illegal immigrants, and I would say that sending the children to shelters, considering that they're not adults that are capable of consenting or committing crimes themselves, in a general sense, that they should be in shelters, not detainment facilities.
Okay, I'm not going to, because of the background noise, I heard like half of that. But, okay, wait. So, the zero, okay. So, when people come to the United States, right,
Mm-hmm.
after they come to seek asylum or whatever, aren't the, okay, wait a second, because I don't want to misquote anything. Okay, well, can you just reset what you said again? Because that was like background noise. Sorry.
Yeah. So I would say that prior to the zero tolerance policy, where we started sending kids to HHS shelters that were the children of illegal immigrants, people who violated U.S. Code 1325, we were putting them in the detainment facilities with their parents. I think because children aren't really capable of consenting or committing crimes themselves in a general sense, that we should send the kids to shelters and not to detainment facilities that are effectively jails. And with that being said, this isn't happening to people who are legitimately seeking asylum. If you seek asylum, you seek asylum at the border. From an immigration official, you don't violate the law by breaching 8 U.S. Code 1325 and improperly entering the country without permission from an immigration official, which is what everybody in the detainment facilities has done.
Okay. But what about so you think that the benefits to not being in the detainment center, because they cannot consent, obviously it's not their fault that their parents whatever went over the border illegally. Mm-hmm. You're saying that that the benefit of that is higher than the psychological or whatever harm that could happen from being separated from their parents, especially when they're super young. I don't think that we should be putting kids who didn't commit crimes in detainment facilities, especially immigration ones. I think we should be putting them in shelters, and on top of that,
Another big problem with this is if I were to get a DUI right now and I had children and I didn't have a wife, let's say she's dead, and I didn't have any extended family that could take the child, my child would be put in a Department of Health and Human Services shelter. So I don't think that illegal immigrants should be given preferential treatment by themselves being put in an HHS shelter or not having their children separated from them if they commit a crime, which they have if they violated U.S. Code 1325 in the process of them being deported. So for that reason, I would say that it's a good thing that children are separated because they're in shelters, not detainment facilities, and also we're not giving the illegal immigrants preferential treatment simply because they are a family unit, which also prioritizes the smuggling of children. So I filmed 2 documentaries at the border, and I spoke to a lot of law enforcement officers who talk about they've seen the exact same child smuggled up from the border like numerous times. They've encountered family units, quote unquote family units, where basically this family's been walking for 4 days. He gets a turkey sandwich out of his truck, gives his lunch to the kid. Mom rips out of her hand, right? Grabs another sandwich, does the same thing. Mom rips out of her hand. It's not her mom, right? He finds out, separates them. Is that your mom? No, it's not my mom. This is a child that's been abducted by the cartel and is being used to traffic adults up to the border. When they're encountered by law enforcement as a family unit, they're given preferential treatment. It doesn't work. It disadvantages children. Results in them ending up in detainment facilities, prioritizes the smuggling of children, and also ends up in them getting preferential treatment over American citizens, which should never happen if you're a person who's blatantly disrespected and disregarded the laws of this country as your first action entering it.
Yeah. So after, okay, wait. So after, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'll just quickly add. I think it's something. Just sort of. I seem to remember, and Cam will correct me if I'm wrong, that I think it was under Obama there was a law introduced which said that you treated in a certain way if you come with a child, and the idea was to protect the children. But just I think it's a very sort of left-wing understanding of how the world works. It's like, oh, well, we'll do this to protect children, not realizing they actually put more kids at risk because the cartels started sending people across the border with kids to exploit this rule that they made.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was it.
Wait. So after they're sent back, especially if the child's super young, what if how do they have record keeping to know like which parent goes with which child after they're deported back to wherever they came from, or if they do not have record keeping,
yeah, of course,
then how do they identify?
Of course, they have record keeping.
Okay, is that precise enough? Does it have a good record that there's no children that are end up without having or being reunified with their family or anything like that?
Well,
is it
yeah, of course it has a good track record, but there's also in some instances okay, if your parent has a murder charge in another country and this child was born in America and they're an American citizen, there becomes the conundrum of they're a child rapist in El Salvador. Do you send this person back to El Salvador with their child rapist father, or do you keep them in America because they're an American citizen? Becomes a huge conundrum there where what do you do? Because in the United States, if you have one parent and that parent is a child rapist, the child becomes a ward of the state.
I see. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, and for the whole illegal immigration, I saw you debate Destiny on this on Jubilee.
Sure.
So I think you got cut off near the end. You're about to say something in the thing. So you agree that the majority of the quote unquote illegal undocumented immigrants are from the asylum seeking process, right?
No. I don't agree that I think they kind of cut it up a little weird. I don't agree that the majority are from the asylum seeking process. I think that if you fixed the asylum process like Destiny was advocating for, you probably have some alleviation. I think the majority of illegal immigrants or people who are seeking asylum or people who have violated U.S. Code 1325 improper entry come into the United States illegally without permission from an immigration official, and then they get caught and say, I'm seeking asylum.
Yeah, it's catch and release. So you completely disagree with catch and release.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. So I do disagree with catch and release, yeah. But what is happening is people are entering the country illegitimately. You're supposed to seek asylum at a legitimate port of entry with an immigration official. What's happening is they're jumping the border, coming into the United States, and then when they get caught, saying that they're claiming asylum. But that's not what they came here for. They didn't come here to seek asylum. They came here because they wanted to, they thought they could get away with it, right? But they couldn't. And now it's now I'm seeking asylum. And for the past 4 years, that's flown, and it doesn't fly anymore.
Yeah. Well, I thought that that's what catch and release is, right? They catch person that illegally entered, and after they say, "Oh, we're going to release you," if the person claims to seek asylum, then we're going to release you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like that's a problem too. But what I'm saying is like, if you mark down everyone who claims they're seeking asylum as an asylum seeker, you're going to have a vast majority of those people not actually be asylum seekers because they didn't come to this country legitimately seeking asylum. They got caught and then claimed that they're seeking asylum. And yeah, that results in them getting released later, but that's not like what I'm saying. Like I literally spoke to law enforcement officials, a sheriff in Kinney County, Texas, who's like, the amount of people that I have like popped the trunk of a car and they've put their hands up and said I'm seeking asylum is like ridiculous. If I catch you in the back of somebody's truck, you're not an asylum seeker, you're violating the law. So like the asylum process for the past 4 years has been abused. Catch and release is a portion of that, but the ease at which they allow somebody to be legitimately claiming asylum when they haven't taken care of legitimate processes to do that is alarming. And another thing too is like, a lot of these, like, you know, the CBP Go app or whatever it was called, the CBP One, that Trump shut down. That was like a huge deal. Remember that?
The Langford bill?
No, not the Langford bill. The CBP One app. So it's like an app that basically makes it easier.
Oh, the app. Oh,
yeah.
You could download the app, and after you could
yes,
like allow you to go like on what was like a bus or something like that to be able to enter the United States.
Right. Yeah. And so what the United States claimed is that basically you had to like basically coordinate with immigration officials to be able to get access to the CBP One app and be able to like legitimately cross the border when you wanted. And that it wasn't for illegal immigrants, it was for like migrant workers or whatever, which is not the case. Because if you went to, so like in Kinney County, Texas, they have like customs offices in the mall. It's really weird. And outside of the customs office are QR codes that you have to scan to get the app. So like this is them now saying like, oops, you got past us, but like here, get this app and you're fine. These are people who have illegally emigrated into the country. And
the incentive seems backwards.
Yeah, totally. And it also says, like, American citizens are prohibited from downloading this app, so it's, like, obviously a cover job. Like, why can't I, like, download the app and look at it?
Yeah. So I guess because of all of this, that is partially why they opposed the Langford bill, because the Langford bill only applies to people that are actually going to the ports of entry and seeking asylum, right? It doesn't apply to all the people that are not going to port of entries that are illegally entering the country.
Well, I think Destiny likes the Langford bill because it deals with like it does alleviate some of the asylum problem, right? I don't like the Langford bill for other reasons because it actually restricted the president's ability to deal with the immigration crisis, right? So why were we passing that bill, or why do we want that bill? Why did Democrats like try to push it off as a win? Well, because we have a border crisis, right? So what does that bill do to alleviate the border crisis in terms of illegal crossers specifically? Because
more judges, right? So I think what is the average wait time to get to your whatever?
Well, I don't know. But there's
3 years or something.
There's a step before that though, which is like catching people when they or before they enter the country illegally, right? So what did that bill do in terms of like the ability of law enforcement to stop and catch those people? Well,
did it not have more? Did it not allow more funding for like patrol, whatever, immigration? I don't even know the term. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Like
it increased
more military men at the border.
Yes. It did. It did increase some funding, but the problem is right now we already have people at the border. If you go to the border right now, or sorry, I guess like 4 months ago, we already had people at the border, right? So if you went to the border at any given time during the Biden administration, I went many times and shot 2 different documentaries there, you will see National Guard at the border. You'll see Texas Department of Public Safety at the border. You will see Border Patrol agents everywhere, right? They police the border.
How are they getting in then?
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. It's because they either let them cross in because they're ordered to stand down. And I spoke to Border Patrol officials who literally told me this, and it's on camera, that they're told to stand down and they're on welcome mode. So they welcome the people into the country, and then they like allow them to be asylees.
Wait, order stand it from whom? Who orders
Previous
them?
administration.
From the previous administration. Yeah. So
like from the federal government?
Yes. They were ordered. They were told to stand. Like I talked to 2 young men who were.
Oh wait, okay. I do remember like Texas versus like the federal government. Biden. Texas wants to like deploy their troops or whatever after wasn't like a Supreme Court case.
Yes, they wanted to do that.
Did the federal government win?
Yes, they wanted to do that because the federal forces were not doing anything about it. And I spoke to Border Patrol agents who are federal employees, and they literally told me like, we got out of the academy a couple years ago. We're from a border town that's like completely ravaged by this problem, and we wanted to get into Border Patrol because we wanted to help solve the problem, and now we're told to stand down and we can't do anything. And that's all on camera. And like, so that's the problem. It's like they have the funding, they have the people, they don't have the ability to use the power to prevent people from illegally entering the country. So what that bill does is restrict the federal government's power to prevent people from illegally entering the country. So, for example, I'm trying to think of the exact language of the bill. There is mandatory activation of emergency powers and
like
discretionary. Exactly. And discretionary activation. So the federal government already had these powers. So Biden had actually already surprisingly exercised these powers once a while ago, temporarily, for a small period of time that temporarily alleviated some of the issue. Now, what this bill did is actually restricted Biden or any other president's ability in the future to use those same powers, and said basically you can only use these powers if there is, over a 7-day period, 5,000 people crossing per day. So obviously the bill is to address the current border crisis. At that time, there's only 1,900 people on average crossing per day in a 7-day period. Right, so the issue would have to get twice as bad as it currently was, and then if it dropped to 75% of what it previously was, which was
3,700 something. Yeah, the powers go. Yeah,
which was still higher than what it was at present. I think it's actually 3 or 4 times higher for it to activate. And then if it got to twice as bad as it currently was, then it would be automatically rescinded if it would drop below 75% of 5,000. So it completely restricted the federal government's ability to actually do anything about the issue. And that's
But I'm a registered Democrat. Like, why would Biden do? Doesn't make any sense. Like, why would he do this?
What do you mean?
Is it like why would he just why would he tell his own people or National Guard at the border to stand down? Is this have the whole thing that Democrats want more illegal immigrants in their countries?
That's a great question. I totally think that's the case, and a major reason for this is Joe Biden rescinded Donald Trump's executive order to not count illegal immigrants in the census. So the census determines electoral voting power, congressional seats, and federal funding. So if you have more, this is exactly what we did under the 3/5 compromise.
You have more people, and therefore you have more people in the House of Representatives, and you also have more electoral college votes.
And those people can't
California,
vote.
which get more, right?
Yeah, so like if you declare a sanctuary city, you get more illegal immigrants.
To have that in place is incredible.
It's literally a 3/5 compromise policy.
Yeah.
But like what the South wanted to do.
Okay. And it opens up. It's so many bad incentives to so many bad actors as well.
That's the only reason why I can imagine Joe Biden specifically telling the National Guard to stand down to people illegally coming into the country. Because like prior to this conversation, I had the thought that it was a whole asylum process thing. But I guess with this conversation now, I'm learning.
If you go, you'll see like Border Patrol and National Guard basically welcoming people in the country. They like detain them and then they take them to a processing facility and then they get released. Like there's a really big processing facility in San Antonio, which is where most of them from like Del Rio, Eagle Pass, in Kinney County get taken, like Bracketville. They go up to San Antonio and they get put in this processing facility and they can just come and go as they please. Like if you go to this processing facility, I actually went and interviewed a bunch of them because you can just walk into the parking lot of the processing facility and they're everywhere. Just doing whatever they want. They walk around town, and they have it's crazy. They have nice shoes and phones. Like, most of them, a lot of the people who they come and get caught intentionally because they know how it works. And these are like the wealthy people. They come with all their stuff in plastic bags. As soon as they cross the river, they strip down, leave all their clothes wherever they are, and they put on their dry clothes that were in their plastic bags. And you will find huge piles of clothes and garbage just everywhere, all around Del Rio, Eagle Pass, and Bracketville, because they just leave their trash everywhere. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Wait. So for the last 2 months, since I know Trump signed how many executive orders day one, did he now stop? Did he now order the National Guard to not stand down? And has the amount of encounters gone down since then? Not encounters, people that are actually entering the country. Has that gone down? Has that been successful for the past 2 months?
We're not gonna have data on how many people are actually entering the country because if they're not encountered, we don't know that they entered the country. So we can only go off of encounters basically, but encounters have gone down, and obviously we're working on the mass deportation thing. So I think it was the Stop the Invasion executive order. I think that was the one that was like basically
Nice subtle
arrest
name there.
and hold people.
We can agree with that. Like his first term. Well, we have COVID that lowered the border encounters, and we also had what's it called? Remain in Mexico, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I disagree with for ethical reasons. I'm sure that it helped bring down the numbers, but I think for ethical reasons, Remain in Mexico is bad.
Well, I believe border encounters are down 90% now.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check myself here. But border encounters are down 90%. I'm pretty sure.
90? Like
Yes.
90?
Yeah, 90.
Cam, maybe you can explain this to me. I'm curious as to either what the case is, or maybe what you think the case should be. But I think America
Yeah.
and sort of most countries in the West have to decide like what actually counts as an asylum seeker, because there's just too many people who qualify even legitimately. So take Mexico, for example. There are enough. Well, Mexico in many parts is a failed state. It's one of the most violent countries in the world. Like the cartels rule like large areas of it. People can legitimately claim millions of people can legitimately claim asylum from these areas of Mexico, and under the current law, America can't really say no. But clearly, you can't take that many people. And it's the same with people coming from, the Middle East or parts of Africa where there are wars, and as the populations keep growing in size, like it's going to have to change, because we'll completely legally be overwhelmed.
Yeah, totally. So Haji, it's New York Post. Look up illegal border crossings have plummeted 90% since Trump returned to White House. Border Patrol chief says. As far as your question history, I would say like.
Oh, okay. Well, I just thought that's probably because he's planning on again deporting lots of them, so that the incentive for them
Yes.
to actually want to come to the border probably went down. Okay.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, again, like when they know that Biden is soft on the border, like obviously it makes sense that more people would come because they think they're going to get away with it, even if their impression of that is false. So like even if Biden is harsh on the border, but like he's been like interpreted to be soft on the border, which isn't the case. He was actually soft on the border. They're still going to come. Like words actually do things and have effect on reality. But history, as far as your question goes, I think the best thing to do is like either institute like some kind of merit-based system, or like have a number on how many people you're going to let in for any given year or time or whatever. Because like you said, there are probably billions of people across the globe.
Legitimately billions.
I think there are billions of people that are living in. I don't know if it's absolute poverty or relative poverty across the world. And you can't let all of those, like we can't possibly expect to survive while taking in the entire world's population. So you're just gonna have to like have limits. I don't know if those are numerical limits or if those are like merit-based limits or what, but because I'd imagine a lot of the people who are looking for asylum probably don't have like a ton of skills that we'd find useful. Maybe they do. Maybe there's masons or maybe a doctor here and there. Prioritize those people and then have like a numerical.
Wait, am I incorrect? But is there also some compliance with international law that says you have to accept some thing, or is that?
Yeah, there's the I think it's called the Refugee Convention, which is I think 1951. I might have got that wrong, but it's international law is complicated because there's no sort of saying it definitely does apply or definitely doesn't apply. It doesn't work in the same way as domestic law. So it could be said, that international law says this stuff.
I'm with Turtle in the comments. I'm over international law. I think that it doesn't matter.
I think the United States you have to be like persecuted for a protected class, like sex, gender, or like race or ethnicity or
religion. I'm pretty sure is one of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. And after you can.
Well, that's for asylum.
I think like all poor people just like apply. I'm forgetting.
But refugee status and asylum are different things. Like generally, yeah, right. I'm like 90% sure. Refugee status can be like more like if you're facing like abject destruction in your country, right? Like let's say somebody who, 2011 in Haiti, or maybe the tsunami in Japan, or you're from X country that's war torn right now. Whereas like asylum is going to be particularly like if you let's say you're a Jew living in Nazi Germany, right? Then that's like more of an asylum thing. Like let's say like 1930s 7-ish, right? Like these are going to be more like you're being persecuted based on a protected class, but you're not necessarily like facing a disaster, I guess. Let me see.
That all makes sense. That sounds right, at least.
I could be totally wrong, but I'm like 90% sure this is the case. A refugee is someone outside the country who is granted protection due to fear of persecution, while an asylee is someone who seeks protection within the U.S. and meets the definition of a refugee.
Yeah,
okay,
I think
so
it's
maybe
one of those where like there's a strict legal definition and then there's like the colloquial definition. I think under like the colloquial one, they're pretty much the same.
I got it from the U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services right here. So, a refugee status is a form of protection that may be granted to people who meet the definition of refugee and are of special humanitarian concern to the United States. Refugees are generally people outside of their country who are unable or unwilling to return home because they fear serious harm.
So that part is really going to have to change. Unwilling can't be a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Asylum status is a form of protection available to people who meet the definition of refugee, are already in the United States, and are seeking admission at a port of entry. Yeah.
Is it hard in the US to deport asylum seekers?
What's
is
that?
It the same? Because in Germany we have this law. You can't really deport asylum seekers if the reason they came here is still it still exists. Is that the same in the US?
I'm not sure, but I would say that no, it can't be, right? I think it depends on if you have like a legitimate case for asylum or not.
Yeah.
And most of them don't.
The UK system is an absolute joke. I won't go into it because it's too depressing. But if you think it's bad in America, it's 10 times worse in the UK.
So I don't know history that like most people actually would conform to like would even be able to be considered asylees, right? Because refugee is a form of protection that may be granted people who meet the definition of refugee and are of special humanitarian concern to the United States. Okay, so refugee status or asylum is granted to people who have been persecuted. Yeah, so you have to be like persecuted on account of race, religion, nationality, or membership to a particular racial or social group. So like most people living in Mexico are not being persecuted based on a protected class, right? They live in the like constant possibility of danger due to like cartels or whatever else, right? Their countries are undoubtedly dangerous, but the danger isn't more so on them because they're Mexicans or because they're of any like protected class. Their countries are just dangerous, which is the case all over the world. Lots of countries are dangerous. Doesn't mean we should take all of them in.
Wait, which one of those definitions are we currently using? The former or the latter? The second one or the first?
The asylum status is a form of protection available to people who meet the definition of refugee, are already in the United States, and are seeking admission at a port of entry. And refugee status is going to be granted to people who are persecuted or fear they will be persecuted on account of race, religion, nationality.
Yeah, wait. And currently, for the status quo, do you think we have enough judges, or I don't want to use the term judges because I don't know if they are, but the amount of people that verify if you are truly an asylum seeker? Do we have enough people to
No, I don't
process?
think so. No, I don't think so. And I think we should have more, right? But that doesn't change the fact that the Langford bill was still bad for other reasons. I'm not saying that was like a bad part of the Langford bill. I'm just saying that there were other portions of the Langford bill that made it bad.
And I'm pretty sure also some Republicans, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, they also like have like billions for Ukraine and some money for Israel and also money for the Gaza Strip, and a cajillion other things as well.
They did. Yeah. They did like to the credit of the Democrats, like they did take it out after Republicans complained about it, but like the bill still sucked regardless on its own without the funding, which I support funding to both Israel and Ukraine, but regardless, the bill still sucked independently without it. It didn't actually alleviate the current border crisis, and it would actually have restricted the executive's ability.
So, assuming that for now, because I think that usually to be able to get funding to more places, it has to pass by Congress. Let's say that Congress is unable to decide to pass more funding to get judges. What do you think the solution is while somebody's waiting for their to be processed by a judge or to verify their legitimate asylum seekers? Where do you think that they should go? Stay in their country? Do you think they should remain in Mexico? Do you think they should just, like right now, come to the United States and just live here for a while? Like, what do you think?
Yeah, I think probably a good idea to would be like remain in Mexico. A lot of times these people like so if we can like look at what's happening in Mexico, right? Like you don't need to look at like necessarily each individual. I mean, I guess like if they have like evidence outside of like what's publicly available, then you could like look at the case more in depth. But if we can like solidify a determination that Mexico is not like discriminating against or genociding Christians, for example, right? Then automatically, and I'm not saying like this is the majority of people, but like then automatically anyone who's claiming that they're a Christian being persecuted by the Mexican government is obviously lying and not a legitimate asylum seeker, and you can send them back in mass, right? So, like Mexico, if you can determine Mexico is a safe country, and you work out some kind of deal with Mexico where we can have, I don't know, some kind of like shelters or something on the other side of the border where those people can wait to be processed and come into the United States, I think it'd be fine. And on top of that, like, I don't even know that we necessarily need permission from Mexico because our border isn't actually, like our wall isn't actually on the border. So our wall is actually in a lot of cases like several miles out from the U.S.-Mexico border. Like particularly in a lot of parts of Texas, there are literal miles between the actual U.S.-Mexico border and Mexico.
What's the point of that? It's because if they're already in America, once they've approached the wall, then can't they already?
Logistics.
Sure, but you haven't like passed through the pearly gates, I guess. You know what I mean? Like you're not able to just like walk around in America and like if you're a terrorist go kill people.
But can't you then seek asylum because you're on U.S. territory?
What do you mean?
Well, if the border wall is, let's say, 10 miles back from the actual border, and then the Mexican walks 9 miles in, then they're already in America, can't they? If they're approached by Border Patrol, can't they say, I seek asylum, I'm in American territory?
Well, I think what it would be is a matter of like changing the law and basically saying like, you have to seek asylum here at this port of entry, and you come to this place, and you have maybe some like tents or something set up for them. I don't know, like, basically set it up like, you go to the port of entry, you speak to an immigration official, because there's a huge difference between I've just stepped onto American soil briefly to speak to an immigration official to seek asylum, and I have intentionally masked myself from immigration officials and tried to get by them. Like those are two completely different things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If you actually want asylum, you would go to the asylum.
Exactly. You'd go to a port of entry and talk to them.
And also, like, I don't know much about Mexican anything about the Mexican government, but I know, like, why would Mexico agree with this? Because if someone's from Syria, right, and they're like in a collapsed country, and they want to quote unquote seek asylum, they go seek asylum in the United States, and after they get sent back to Mexico, and they're happy because Mexico is better than Syria, right?
They're already doing that anyway, though, right? Like,
yeah. So why would the Mexican government
we're actually
that?
not.
How does that help? That just destroys their economy, right?
Well, no, it wouldn't.
I'm not sure that the Mexican government even has control of areas of the border. It's the individual cartels who do.
Yeah, exactly, and that's very true. We literally, last time I was in Texas, my tour guide literally he was working on building the wall at the time. I don't know if he still is, but his construction crew got shot at from the cartel from the other side of the river. But regardless, like again, if you make this zone where people can seek asylum on the American side of the border, but the opposite side of the wall, that's still American territory. The Mexican government can't say anything about it.
Okay, makes sense.
As far as like sending them back to Mexico, we don't really do that. Like look at all the planes that we're sending to El Salvador or to XYZ country, whatever. We're not actually like, when we deport people, we're not just like, all right, Mexico, fuck you, like here, have all these people. But as far as like, them seeking, like actually flying into Mexico and like coming to the United States from Mexico, that's going to happen regardless. Whether or not they come legally or they come illegally, they're still going to go through Mexico most of the time because Canada's going to be way more difficult. But Canada is a problem.
I'm going to drop, but I have one last question. What is your take on the birthright citizenship thing?
Oh, it totally should be overruled. It should be, there should be no birthright citizenship.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like the UK doesn't have it. It's one of the few good things we don't have.
The UK used to have it. They got rid of it.
Wait, why was it? Do you know why it's like? Was it like? Do you know why it was like initially introduced? Was there a specific reason after now that reason doesn't apply anymore? Or
actually, it's totally wrong. So like, birthright citizenship was meant to prevent black people from not being considered citizens, but from its very inception. So do you know who wrote it? Like the 14th Amendment?
Who wrote what?
The 14th Amendment.
Oh, no.
Senator Jacob M. Murphy. So, Howard. Jacob M. Howard. So, Howard wrote the 14th Amendment, and the same year that he wrote the 14th Amendment, the Civil Rights Act of
65?
No, it was before that. Maybe.
The Civil Rights Act of the 1800s?
Yes.
What? I mean 1900s?
No, 1800s.
I think that was a bit early for Civil Rights Act.
1866. Civil Rights Act of 1866. So the same year that the 14th Amendment was written by Jacob M. Howard, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 was passed. So in the Civil Rights Act, it specifically talks about this exact issue, like birthright citizenship, and specifically says that people who are born to foreign entities are not included in birthright citizenship. They don't get citizenship just because they're born on U.S. soil. So Jacob M. Howard was debating this on the Senate floor. He introduced the 14th Amendment and his intention behind writing it. And he said this is going to go exactly in line with the Civil Rights Act of 1866. It means essentially the same thing. All people born or naturalized subject to the jurisdiction thereof is not to include people who are aliens of this country. I can look up his exact quote real quick.
Okay. So right now, I'm assuming that Trump was able to pass that, or is it in the Supreme Court, or what?
It's gonna have to go. It's gonna have to go to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Yeah, that's hard.
Assuming that it passes, right? Then you're saying that when an illegal immigrant has a kid in the United States today, then the illegal immigrant's kid that was born in the United States is not going to be a U.S. citizen?
No, like you wouldn't revoke citizenship, like from people who
No, I'm saying like in the future, like let's say like in 2040, like an illegal immigrant comes, they have a child. With that child,
no more anchor babies.
Okay, well, where do you deport him then? Like if they commit a crime
with their parents. So this is Mr. Howard's exact quote. The amendment which I have offered is simply declaratory of what I regard as the law of the land already, that every person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction is by virtue of natural law and national law a citizen of the United States. This will not, of course, include persons born to the United States who are foreigner aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of person. So
does it even today? Like, because I don't think diplomatic passports existed in those days. Like, so out of curiosity, do the ambassadors who have the diplomatic passports, are their kids American if they? No. If they're like the one.
No, yeah.
No, because they're not subject to
jurisdiction. Macron comes to the United States and has a kid, I don't think his kid becomes U.S. citizen, right? Yeah.
This was actually the reason this got changed. So like this is how it was interpreted up until 1877 or 9 in the Supreme Court case Kim Wong Ark v. the United States. And basically what happened in that Supreme Court case is this was like 15, 20 years after Senator Howard had died and wasn't there to speak for, the intention behind the bill that he wrote, even though the public record existed. And they determined that subject to the jurisdiction thereof just means that you are subject to the laws of the country. And because people who are here, like ambassadors, have diplomatic immunity, and so do their children, they're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and therefore they're the only class of people that don't become American
citizens. That this doesn't apply to. Yeah.
But that's not the intention behind the bill. It's not. We also have to consider what did all of these people have in their head when they voted for the 14th Amendment. All these people in Congress, right? So you had not only the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which explicitly said the exact same thing. You also had Jacob M. Howard saying this bill does not change what the Civil Rights Act says. This simply just says that anybody born within the limits of the United States, and so just to the jurisdiction thereof, is a United States citizen. This, however, does not include foreign ambassadors and aliens. So it was never intended to include everyone. It was never intended to include aliens, and it never should have. So it's also just not a good legal doctrine. So it's called just soil, which means all you need to be a citizen. There's only 4 countries.
Canada also has it.
There's only 4 countries in the world other than the United States that have just soil still. You had lots of other countries that had it, like France, El Salvador, I'm trying to think of all of it. It's been a while since I've like looked at all the countries that used to have just soil, but all of them have like gotten rid of it. So now there's only 4. It's Canada, the United States, Argentina.
It's just strange to me, like intuition-wise, like there's going to be people that just don't have a nationality at all. I don't know why that. I mean, I guess there's people that like that already exist, but
not
that
really.
just like, trips me out. Like,
Not really. So like most countries, if you're born to, like, and this is how I would want it in the United States too. Like most countries, if you're born to 2 parents who are citizens of a country, regardless of where that child is born, you're still a citizen of that country, right? So if me and my wife go to Japan and have a baby, that baby's still an American citizen, even though it wasn't born on American soil. And that would be like the case would be the same for pretty much every other country. I don't know any country that doesn't have that. So,
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
From the Mises Institute of countries that have gotten rid of birthright. So, Belgium, Germany, Ireland, Portugal, UK, France, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Spain, Greece, Austria, Australia. All of these countries have had unconditional just soil at some point and gotten rid of them, and now they have like conditional just soil. So like one of your parents has to be, and in a lot of countries it's either one of your parents has to be a citizen of the country, or both of your parents have to be permanent residents. And then if both of your parents are permanent residents and not citizens, you don't automatically become a citizen. But like
your green card.
No, it's like the pathway to citizenship is like expedited.
I see. Okay.
So like it's just easier for you to get an American citizen than somebody who say shows up at the border.
I'm assuming why it's taking so long to get rid of it is because it's an amendment, and it's really hard to get rid of an amendment or interpretation of an amendment that has a precedence, right, of use.
Totally.
So I'm assuming that's why like the United States is like behind in this case.
Yeah, totally. It's this one like faulty Supreme Court case that totally like destroyed the whole thing. And I think a lot of people really got on Trump's case about this and said basically like he has no authority to do this, like this is so wrong. But a lot of people forget that the president's executive orders are also a check on all the other branches. It's not just, checks on the president. The president also acts as a check. So Trump issuing an executive order that says no birthright citizenship anymore, obviously anybody born to an illegal alien right now is still an American citizen, right? That's not the law yet right now. But they're trying to make it the law via this executive order, which first has to be checked by the Supreme Court. And what it does is forces the hand of the Supreme Court to reevaluate this decision from 1873 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Anyways, I'm gonna drop because this guy's spamming Rise Me for a debate.
Don't.
But yeah, thank you for having me up like twice.
Yeah. Thanks, Howard. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Don't accept Johnny Walker.
Okay. I'll use the gap to sort of change the subject slightly, Cam. The American right has there's a word I want to use beginning with R and ending in tard, problem at the moment. I appreciate you're the opposite of that, but like it's something I've noticed sort of in the last year or so, like sort of big online figures mostly, who've just got the biggest followings, just saying the most outlandish stuff, and it's like, back in the day, it used to be the sort of left-wing people doing this stuff. So, anything that comes out of Candace Owens' mouth, oh my God.
Yeah, she's an idiot, and she's doing it for money.
But like, I can't believe how many people are believing when she says, oh yeah, Emmanuel Macron's wife is actually a man and could be Macron's father.
Yeah,
it's like,
this is
no way are people believing this, but they are.
History, this is what she does, though. She kind of reels you in with, like pop culture people in with this like really sensational stuff, like Emmanuel Macron's wife being his father or not being his father is like a pretty benign story, right? Like nobody's really taking it that seriously. Nobody really cares.
If you read the comment sections, okay, they could be bots. It looks like a lot of people.
I know. But it's like this stuff like that, and like whatever other pop culture BS she's covering is like this sensational bullcrap. Right, that reels people in. They're like, what? Could it be real that like Emmanuel Macron's wife is his father? Oh my God. And then she starts talking about Israel, and since they're already there, they listen to her on that, and that's what's really unfortunate. It's like a lot of it is just like pop culture stuff and like her stupid wonky ass like half-baked investigations, quote unquote. And then she goes off the rails and introduces Phil Turney, who lies his ass off for 2 hours about the USS Liberty.
Yeah, I mean, among so many other things.
Among so many other things, like that the Jewish quarter of Jerusalem is segregated to
Oh
the
my
Muslim
God, that
quarter.
was so embarrassing.
I was in the Jewish. I was on the line. And by the way, there's not a line, but I was on like as close as there is to a line between the Jewish and Muslim quarter. It's just a corner where like one is an Arab name, one street's an Arab name, and one's a Jewish name. There's no divide at all, and there's Jews and Arabs everywhere, all throughout the.
Also, like loads of cities in the world have like quarters. Like lots of cities have an artists' quarter,
or Chinatown, or Koreatown,
a Chinatown, or a Little Italy, or something like that.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
Chinatown is not exclusively for Chinese people, for God's sake.
But you go to the town center of the Jewish quarter of Old Jerusalem, and you'll see Muslims walking around, and you'll see them talking to Jews. You'll see a mosque in the Christian quarter. You'll see a Muslim kosher bakery in the Jewish quarter. Literally, one side is kosher and one side is regular, and they're selling to Jews, and the Jews are buying it. And you'll see, like I said, mosque in the Christian quarter. You'll see Muslims that live in the Christian quarter, Arabs that live in the Christian quarter. I mean, it's not segregated. It's completely.
Who's that other guy? Is his name like? I see him on Twitter.
You see him on what?
Oh no, you're not talking about.
No, don't worry, not you. I know who you are. On Twitter, is it Elijah something?
Oh, Schaefer.
He's an idiot.
Well, I'll actually say Elijah's actually been. He's actually been surprisingly like good to me. I don't know why, but like he knows that we like fundamentally disagree on everything, and he's like invited me on his show a couple times to debate people. And he's I don't know, he's like, I don't agree with anything he says, but he's nice personally to me for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. Isn't he? Unless I've got to mix up with someone else, isn't he also like, oh, the Jews are all, Israel's responsible for everything?
Yeah, I don't watch his show, but I think he gets like that sometimes. For sure.
That's yeah. There's just
it's a lot of them. Jake Shields. Oh my God! Don't even.
I don't think anyone. I kind of think people take him as a joke. I don't think anyone really believes what he says.
I don't think so. I think people take him seriously. He won't debate me. I've like texted him numerous times, trying to get him to debate me. He won't.
He's been punched in the head too many times.
Oh,
I mean, like that's what he did for a living.
He's got terrible CTE.
Yeah. Although he did, I saw an old clip of him on Joe Rogan. He did do something useful back in the day.
What was
when it? Some Antifa protesters didn't realize who he was and tried to start a fight with him, and he decked two of them.
Oh my God, that's so funny. That is hilarious.
But yeah, it's sort of the reason I'm a bit concerned about it is because sort of this is how like wokeness on the left started. It started as like a fringe sort of online thing that eventually sort of took over. And if people don't act on the right in America, I'd say probably the British left right as well, because we're very closely connected in terms of like our sort of political sort of discourse. If people don't act, it may well take over. Like, people can't be complacent about it.
Yeah. Yep. Why is this not working?
Are you playing Minecraft?
No, I'm playing Pokemon Go. I'm playing 3 different instances of Pokemon Go right now. And it is not working. Why?
Hey, Sean, do we have mod rights?
Also, out of curiosity, how had you built your own following before Prager took you on, or was it?
Yeah. I did, like a lot of. I built my following totally by myself. I didn't have an on-camera job really at Prager yet.
You didn't have a what?
I didn't really have an on-camera job until like 2 months before I left.
What does that mean?
Like I wasn't on camera at Prager at all.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, have you left now?
Yeah, I don't work there anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, I left
When
in
did you leave?
April of last year.
Oh, right. Well, I don't keep up.
Yeah.
History.
Yeah.
What's your real name?
I can't say that.
Okay. What can I call you?
Pardon?
What can I call you? How can I say?
History revealed.
Okay. Do you have moderates?
Do I have moderators? Do you mean?
Yeah. Moderator. Can you please mute Johnny Walker?
I'm not a moderator. No.
Okay.
Okay.
Danielle can do it.
Cam could always make me a moderator. I don't know if he'll do that.
Yeah, I can do it here. You can be a moderator. How do I do? Can you say something in chat?
He keeps spamming. It's kind of annoying. So.
Oh, by the way, I on a slightly complete tangent. Harry Sisson did not do anything wrong.
I agree. I'm with you.
I feel really sorry for the guy. And by the way, Dean only abandoned him because he's jealous that he couldn't do the same thing.
Crazy. All right, let's see. Oh, wait, did you say something in chat history? Drop something in chat, and I'll make you mod. Should I bring him up? Should I just bring him up?
Yeah, for a minute.
Let's see what he says.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi. So I find it incredibly ironic that you have these bullet points on the left-hand side of our screen, especially considering the fact that Israel is the one who funds mass migration. It's Israeli elements, it's Jewish supremacists like Shlomo Rabashkin, like Alejandro Mayorkas, that literally promote open borders and mass migration in the United States. It's the Hebrew Immigrants Aid Society that's one of the premier organizations at trafficking migrants illegally into the United States.
Can you show me any physical documentation or evidence that Israel funds mass migration to the United States?
Well, loyalists of Israel, Zionists do, Jewish supremacists do, like the Hebrew Immigrants Aid Society, like Alejandro Mayorkas, like Claudia Scheinbaum. To me, I find it very interesting.
Hang on. Claudia Scheinbaum, the president of Mexico.
Yes.
Well, it's not Israel then, it's Mexico.
Well, no, ask yourself this. Why is it that Alejandro Mayorkas and Claudia Scheinbaum are both Zionists, and they are both in charge of both the American and Mexican sides of the border, respectively?
Claudia Scheinbaum is not a Zionist. She's been very actively active against
She's a liberal
Israel.
Zionist. She's a liberal Zionist, and she's a Jewess.
She's constantly criticized Israel and tried to act against them in the UN.
Well, maybe she's not necessarily. Maybe she's against the Likudniks or against the right wingers, but she's not necessarily. She's a liberal Zionist. That's what she is, and
what she said or done in support of Israel. I'm not aware of anything.
You haven't seen her relationship with the World Economic Forum, with many.
I said with Israel, not the World Economic Forum.
With people like Yuval Noah Harari, Israeli loyalists.
He's just an Israeli citizen. I'm talking about the Israeli government, and given she's the president, she'll be dealing with the government.
Well, look, just ask yourself this: why is Alejandro Mayorkas the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security?
He's not He's not the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security.
He was. And the amount of illegal immigration that was happening under Biden, everyone can agree that was way too much. And if you notice, the people who are essentially responsible, who have it on their hands, are people like Alejandro Mayorkas, who is, well, he's an Israeli Jew.
That's not even true.
Who aren't pro-immigration.
He's not Israeli.
He's not Israeli.
Look, are you aware?
He's not Israeli. What are you talking about? He's American.
Are you aware of what the Hebrew Immigrants Aid Society is? Yes or no?
But that's not the Jewish Israeli state.
Are you aware? So don't you find it interesting how during Biden's administration,
he's Cuban.
Okay.
Alejandro Mayorkas is Cuban.
He's a Cuban what? He ain't a Cuban Gentile, is he?
He's a Jew.
He ain't Catholic, is
he's a Jew, so what?
Well, he's not Israeli.
He's not Israeli.
Well, don't you find it interesting?
He's not Israeli.
Okay, fine. We'll say Jews then. Why is it that Jews are promoting open border policies, that Jewish organizations like the Hebrew Immigrants Aid Society are the ones behind trafficking mass migration illegally into the United States?
Wait. If your argument is against Jewish people, you would also have to say that the Jewish state is allowing pro-immigration, because that's the biggest. It's like in Israel, the most Jews.
You know what I find so interesting about that though is that JFK
why is he
to vote in favor of UN General Assembly Resolution 194, the Palestinians' right of return.
if the Jews are pro-immigration, shouldn't the Israeli state...
General Assembly resolutions are non-binding anyway, even if you voted in...
Wait, yeah. And John F. Kennedy was the most pro-Israel president of his time. What are you talking about?
Really? That's why him and Ben Gurion clashed heavily over the Dimona nuclear facility. Why Kennedy wanted to send IAEA inspectors to Dimona.
And they did.
Hold up. And they did.
They did send inspectors.
And was Ben okay, he was prime minister. But regardless, he was the first president ever in U.S. history to establish regular military relations with Israel. He was the first president in U.S. history to send them weapons. He maintained normal trade relations that had been previously set up. I don't understand what the problem is.
Remember, he wanted to get the American Jewish Committee designated as a foreign agent under FARA.
No, the American Zionist Council, which is... Are you going to try to say that's AIPAC?
Yeah, the AZC. Sorry, the AZC.
The AZC, yes. What about it? It failed.
Okay,
and also, it wasn't even... Hold up. Also, that wasn't even JFK. That was his office when he was Attorney General, and there's no evidence that he was involved in it or pushed for it whatsoever. He didn't manage or handle the case.
Really? Because if you look at AIPAC's own archives, it says JFK and his brother, the Attorney General, wanted to
Not true. AIPAC didn't even exist.
AIPAC's own...
Also, Robert Kennedy...
Yeah, that's right. That's why you got to go into AIPAC's own online archive.
His brother...
AIPAC didn't exist.
JFK's brother, Robert Kennedy, was incredibly pro-Israel, so much so that a Palestinian assassinated him.
Well, you really believe that Sirhan assassinated him? Come on, man.
I do, yes. They caught him at the scene of the crime with the weapon. He confessed to the murder, and then they jailed him.
Didn't RFK Jr. actually, I think he conducted an interview with Patrick Bet-David a year or two ago, and he said he has reason to believe that Sirhan is innocent. He said he had considerable reason to believe Sirhan was innocent.
Robert Kennedy's 10 other children think otherwise.
Right, regardless, my initial point was the Hebrew Immigrants Aid Society and pro-Jewish elements and pro-Israel elements are in large part responsible for the migration crisis in the United States.
Israel isn't.
Yeah,
pro-Israel and pro-Jewish elements that are more loyal to Israel than they are to America are.
What's Israel got to do with it?
It's organized. Yeah. Well, I just find it ironic because Cam's over here talking as if he's somebody that wants to solve this immigration crisis when he's the one supporting Zionists. Zionists themselves, very white,
Israel. He doesn't support any Zionists.
George Soros, that are funding illegal immigration, that are promoting border policy.
George Soros. I agree with you about George Soros, but he hates Israel.
Hey,
Is that why George Soros is one of the top...
I have a question.
If George Soros hates Israel, why is he one of the top...
Johnny, are you a Christian?
Why does that matter?
No, just answer the question.
I don't have a particular religion, no.
What do you think about Christians?
I think they get mistreated by Israel.
Okay, so what do you think about the World Relief Organization, Church World Services, CWS, the Catholic Charities USA, and others who are involved in mass refugee resettlement and immigration services to the United States?
Well, here's the thing.
No,
Here's the thing, Cam. The Western Hemisphere is majority Christian. If we were talking about illegal immigration in the Middle East, and a lot of the NGOs were Muslims, or if we were talking about illegal immigration to India, and a lot of the NGOs were ran by Hindus or Hindu elements or something like that, then that'd be a given. But why is it?
What do you mean? A lot of the NGOs?
Why is it that Jews are only 0.2% of the world, and 1.7 or 8%?
So let's get this straight. First of all, it's only bad when Jews do it. It's only bad when Jews do it because they're a minority and they're doing it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It sounds a lot like what you're saying.
I'm saying their overrepresentation in illegal immigration.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous that they're overrepresented everywhere? They're overrepresented as doctors. They're overrepresented as business people. Are you jealous? Maybe work a little harder. What's the problem? I don't understand.
Well, when we're talking about illegal immigration, then yeah, it's a problem.
I would bet you anything. The Catholics are probably overrepresented.
Way overrepresented.
Evangelicals are too. The
Johnny,
German government,
Johnny, you got a
CDU
violation.
and
I had to drop you.
The Greens, most of them are evangelical and Catholics, and they're extremely pro-immigration.
By the way, I was going to make the point, Cam, that Stephen Miller, who is one of, I think, the most sort of anti-immigration figures in the Trump administration, is also Jewish.
Yeah. Jared Kushner. Like, it's just people are so silly. He's like, yeah, like can I disagree with something a Jew's doing? Yeah. Does that mean that Jews are bad? Obviously not, right? Like, individuals.
What's his name? Have you seen Ryan Long? You know him?
No, I don't know.
A comedian. Like he does these like political sketches, and he does the one where he pretends to be like the online guy who just his hobby is counting how many Jews there are in things.
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
I noticed you've grown on Instagram.
Yeah, I had a little period of growth. I gotta start going back on campus and filming some more content. But
that would be good. I've been absolutely nuked on Instagram. Like
I've been nuked on TikTok.
It won't show my videos. Pardon?
I can't get any growth on TikTok.
I do. The thing about TikTok is, I'll go periods of time without growing, but I know that I am able to do it at some point. So I had a video the other day that got me 3,000 followers. I know I'm capable of doing that. On Instagram, I just know every single video won't be shown to any non-followers, even if they're amazing videos.
Dang.
Like I had one video that got 8 million views on YouTube. I think it got 40,000 on Instagram.
I have the exact inverse experience. I might need to just start a new TikTok account, maybe.
Cam, I think it's. Did you see the? Or did you read how TikTok boosts your videos, or why they reach the FYP?
No.
Because I think if I see your videos on my For You page, they feel more like educational videos, not like they don't feel like you're trying to debate with me. So that's why I think no one comments on your videos. So that's why it doesn't get.
Oh, you're saying like my videos seems too educational? They're not controversial.
Yeah, too educational. Doesn't like promote the debate which you're actually trying to have.
Yeah, that could be it.
Did you benefit, Cam? I noticed that right-wing content, at least explicitly right-wing political content, did a lot better around the American election last year. Did you benefit from that?
No, not at all. I literally was with their policy team too. They invited me to a hockey game in DC with their policy team and their executive suite, and they also invited me to their party for the inauguration. And I went and met with them both times, and still no benefit on my end. So
that's a shame. Did you go to that party that was it the New Yorker covered to try and make everyone look bad? They just made everyone look really cool.
Yeah, I was there.
But you were there.
Yeah, of course.
How was it?
It was great. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It was very crowded though, but it was a good time. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I would say that sort of like I think both sides have got their sort of like pros and cons. I'd say you've got a great advantage on the right wing side because I think a lot of the guys there are pretty socially awkward. You're not, so
yeah.
There was a lot of attractive girls at that party, and you were.
Well, I'm tied down. I'm tied down.
Pardon?
I'm tied down.
What happens at inauguration parties stays at inauguration parties.
No. Absolutely.
Cam is loyal.
But
no, he's got a roster longer than Harry Sissons.
That's terrible. That'd be difficult. No, that whole thing's funny. I don't even know what my take is on that. I think all those women are just stupid. Like I don't even blame him.
They are though.
He did legitimately nothing wrong.
I don't know about this whole like Camille thing, whatever. Like I've heard stuff about it, but like
that's an excuse. Yeah, I understand, but that's just an excuse. No one cared about that before, and now suddenly they're saying it's a problem.
Yeah, like he literally. Why are you like this guy doesn't want to date you? Why are you sending him pictures of your naked body? Figure it out, man. Like stop letting him take advantage of you. If you don't like.
Also, with a girl that naive to think that a guy, I get everyone thinks he's gay, but like even a guy like him who's got millions of followers, was he really will not think? Oh, maybe there's a lot of girls in his DMs. I mean, come on,
for real. Crazy.
I think I don't know. I think that they were just like staggeringly naive.
Oh, totally. They for real me too.
Definitely over-exaggerated. Oh my god.
I do think so much of the sort of scandal is the shock because so many people really did think he was gay.
Yeah. I did not expect that in no way, shape, or form in any universe would have ever expected that.
But this is a lesson for people. You know, if you want to pick up a lot of girls or have a lot going at the same time. Oh yeah, I'm a feminist.
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh well, let's see if there's anybody trying to get up here and debate. I don't see anybody. Is there any anti-Zionists or people who support like mass illegal immigration in the comments?
If you make me a mod, I'll have a look.
Say something in the comments real quick. Just like drop a message or something so I can mod you.
Okay.
Request to join if you disagree with the premise I have.
I think your life is cooked. This always happens. The second you drop someone and there's no one like debating with you, people just start leaving the life.
Jackie, what do you agree or disagree on? Maybe put it bigger on the screen. I don't know how to do. I'm like not that tech savvy.
Well, if you put me as a mod, I'll change it for you.
I put you as a mod.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not appearing. What I do? I'll drop and come back. See if it.
You are though.
Pardon?
Yeah, you're a mod. Like it shows on your name. It says moderator.
Does it?
Yeah, should be.
Okay, I'll drop and come back.
Yeah.
Now.
Drop and come back. Cam, what's your opinion on Javier Milei?
On who?
Javier Milei, the Argentinian president.
To be honest, I don't know that much about him, but I heard he's a libertarian, so based.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I can block people.
A lot of people.
Oh yeah. Also, like, that's going back to. It's not quite a. I'm not going to say they're all idiots for believing this, because it's a bit different to like the Candace Owen stuff. But like, some of the Russian propaganda that people on the right are swallowing about Ukraine is embarrassing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And depressing as well. Like,
yeah, well, we have a bunch of people who just don't understand foreign policy. Not like
but why speak about it then?
Because there is.
This is a left-wing thing to do.
Listen, man, we have idiots on our side too. It's.
How many times have you seen like interviews where like a right-wing person interviews a left-wing person, asks them a question, and they've got a really strong opinion, and then they scratch the surface and they realize, oh, I don't know anything about this, even though I've got a strong opinion. That's
literally, quote unquote, America First Republicans with foreign aid. They don't understand how foreign policy works, and they don't understand that you can be America First and extract American interests from foreign countries. They don't understand how practice of doing that. Also,
the whole idea of like the old-fashioned word was like autarky, which is like complete self-sufficiency. It's just not going to happen, and also it's not even desirable. Like, things are more expensive. It's possible. It's possible that America could do it if it really wanted to. It's possible, but things would be more expensive. You'd have less choice, less influence as well. Because if you're not buying or selling to people, then you've got no influence around the world.
And
you're also always going to have.
You would have to have complete freedom, though. That's what in Germany in the 1800s they had the. I think they had tariffs, like really high tariffs on almost every import, but they had complete free trade between the individual states, like the counties, and that's basically the only thing that saved them.
Right. I am sympathetic, though. I am sympathetic to people who are skeptical of like global free trade, because the way it's been managed in America and in lots of other countries in the West as well has been incredibly poor, and it's benefited China particularly, whereas domestically there's been terrible consequences.
Hey, I said I would go on camera.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, good. So I feel like, all right, you know, I think like most reasonable people will like agree and disagree, but still have like a pretty strong foundation of like what they think is right or wrong. Mm-hmm. But I feel like when it comes to, okay, so like let's take a look at like the deporting like Mahmoud Khalil, right? Do I think that he should be in the country if what they're saying is true? No. But what good is it going to do to give everyone make everyone sympathetic to him and make it seem like he's the victim?
It doesn't really matter as long as he's gone.
Yeah, and he's
I'd agree with you. I'd agree with you if the case loses, but if he goes, then great. That's a terrorist supporter gone.
And the other thing too is like we can't. I think it matters less what people think about Mahmoud Khalil, and it matters more about like, are we going to allow more people in the future to behave as he did and remain in the country? And the fact of the matter is that Mahmoud Khalil was distributing material support for a foreign designated terrorist organization, which is not only illegal for immigrants and non-citizens, but also illegal for American citizens. If I were to go to a protest right now and distribute this, one second. If I were to go to a protest right now and distribute, let me just find it real quick. Sorry, it's in my propaganda collection. If I can find it.
I know what you're. I think I know what you're.
It's the Operation Al-Aqsa Flood: Our Narrative pamphlet, which is printed directly from the Hamas media office, and Mahmoud Khalil was distributing it at protests that he led. I've discovered this document at protests that I've been undercover at, and I have a copy of it with me somewhere. I just got to find it. But this is providing material support for a foreign designated terrorist organization. And not only that, under 8 U.S. Code 1182, you don't even have to provide material support to a foreign designated terrorist organization. You can just simply endorse them, and that's a deportable offense.
Okay, interesting. I get what you're saying, and he was actually I get that, but I just wonder if the optics are are people going to be, you know, don't deport Mahmoud Khalil, don't deport people just because you say they're terrorists? I mean, you're probably right, but I guess I'm just,
Well, what I would say is that the consequences of not deporting somebody who's actively providing material support to a foreign designated terrorist organization within the United States are far graver than having a bunch of brain dead people feel bad for Mahmoud Khalil, because the majority of people don't feel bad for Mahmoud Khalil. The majority of people want him deported, just like I do. It's a small group of really loud leftists that want to keep him.
Interesting.
And so, what we essentially have is Mahmoud Khalil acting as a sleeper cell for Hamas in the United States, which is terrible. I want to find this document. It's here somewhere. I got 1 second.
No. Oh yeah, you went to so you have some of the quote unquote propaganda,
yeah,
right?
I have tons of it. I collect it. I have the. Let me just look in my landing real quick. I know I have it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, and that makes sense. I just wanted someone else's opinion on it. I also think that mass deportation of kids and families, it's the cities are flooded with people. I honestly think that I agree, but how do you make it not horrible, right? I mean, or maybe that's not even possible.
Yeah, I don't think there really is a way, because you're caught at a crossroads, and it's so if your first action coming into the United States is blatantly disrespecting and disregarding the laws of this country, you probably shouldn't be allowed to live in the country, especially when you violated the most basic law for entry. So with that being said, this needs to be stopped. So how do you stop it? That's where the family separation comes in. It seems to me that when dealing with family units, you have one of two options. You can either take the kid and put them in the detainment facility, which amounts to what's effectively a shitty jail, or you can put the parent, the adults, in the detainment facilities, and you can put children in Department of Health and Human Services shelters. And that seems like the best option to me. especially because we don't always actually know that these children belong to the parents. And the cartel regularly uses children to smuggle adults into the country because they get preferential treatment if they come in as a family unit. And I've talked to police officers who time and time again find children with adults who claim that this child is their child, and the child says, "This is not my parents. My parent is somewhere in the United States. I'm going to see her." Spoiler alert, that child's not going to see their parents. That child's going to be smuggled up into the United States by the cartel and then smuggled back down into Mexico and then smuggled back up again with 2 different adults. And they see the same child over and over and over again. So if you don't separate them and you give them preferential treatment, you're also disadvantaging children in Mexico who are undoubtedly going to be abducted by the cartel and used as essentially pawns in their game.
Understood. Okay, got it. I think that people don't, and like I admit, I've been hyper focused on the Israel, which I do, like, I don't want to debate with you on that because we agree. I think maybe I was hyper focused on Israel. I feel like immigration took a backseat. So I think it's great that you're creating content and you're showing, what's actually going on, and you're able to educate us, because obviously the media is not doing that. It is what it is, whatever. Thanks. I was just curious.
Totally.
I think, like I said, I feel like most reasonable people agree, but there's these really loud people. I think that one of the strategies of the left, and maybe like the far right too, is to be so loud that everyone thinks that you agree with them.
Yes, totally. And I can't find that document that I found at UC Irvine.
I saw the video. I saw your video.
Yeah. I took it out of, I have this whole propaganda collection of stuff that I collected at protests, but I separated the Hamas one because it was, I was supposed to have a Newsmax interview that never materialized, so I separated it. But this one says, Operation Al-Aqsa Flood was an act of decolonization. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood being October 7th.
Gotcha. No, I agree, and I actually have, I don't know if you even care, but I have a video kind of like showing like what Mahmoud Khalil did and what he believed and some of the things that he said. It's like, I don't know if you're curious. So we're on the same page, right? It's just, is it actually helping? And I think to your point, like, do people want, you're right. Like, most people don't want keys in their country. All right. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, totally.
I'll see you around.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Jackie. All right.
So I can block people, but I can't mute people. That's interesting.
You can't mute people? Like, you have full perms. Say something.
I don't know. It can be awkward. Let me just check.
There's 54 people in here. There's got to be some people who don't support Israel. And what's up to my people over on YouTube? I mean, how's it going? Man, I'm grinding Pokemon Go right now. It's great. I'm good. Just trying to get some people to debate me on immigration or Israel. Don't seem to have a whole lot of takers today. Sorry, I haven't been really paying attention to the YouTube comments, guys. Just been distracted by TikTok and these people that I'm debating.
And Pokemon Go.
Request to join if you disagree with my prompts. Israel are the good guys, illegal immigration is bad, and family separation is a good thing. Who do we got? Who's the next fighter? Thank you for the gifts, guys. I appreciate it. History's coming back.
Okay, I've updated the app. Let's see what happens.
Let's check in on perms too. Yeah, you have everything. Oh, manage guests. Here, we'll turn that on. Yeah, you should have everything else. You should be able to mute. Yeah, you can mute accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, you should have everything.
Also, I'll message you. I'll message you on Instagram and send you my number.
Cool.
After the live.
Sweet.
What was the other thing I was going to ask you? Do you Twitch stream?
Sometimes I do, but
you have to start, because like the left just absolutely dominate on Twitch.
I don't get any views. Like I always just turn multi-stream on and just like go live there, but I don't get any views on Twitch.
Honestly, like other than what's his name, Aswin Gold, who kind of wasn't right wing and became right wing. He almost like became right wing by accident. There's no big names on the right the way there is on the left on Twitch.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'll start dual streaming more and try to build up. I'm gonna have to stream quite a bit. Amit says, "Do you know that my grandfather has a Pokemon stop named after him in Pokemon Go?" No, I didn't. Where is it? Yeah, I don't know. I gotta start streaming more in general. To be honest, I gotta start doing TikTok lives more. And
if you can do well on Twitch, the money is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, I just gotta get into it.
It infuriates me that people like Hassan dominate.
Yeah, I don't know that Twitch would be very
rubbish.
Though. I think because like they ban people for saying like conservative stuff. Like Destiny got banned for defending Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes, and so, Destiny's not even right wing.
Yeah, I don't even know if it would be hospitable for me. Maybe it would. I'm not sure. Although I did cover the Kyle Rittenhouse trials on Twitch back in the day, and it went fine. Mm-hmm. It looks like we got somebody here. Brandon, what's up? Do you disagree with one of my premises?
Oh, no, I don't disagree, Cam. I just wanted to say I'm a big fan. And I think you're very smart, and I love that you always have facts.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Like, you always nail it every time. Like, if they have an argument, you're like, but you know this. And they're like, well, I actually didn't know that because I don't look anything up. Seems to be pretty much every Democrat, but, you know.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I actually had some questions, if that's okay, about all this misinformation going around.
Sure,
if that's cool.
What are the questions?
So, like, with him, everyone's saying him cutting the Department of Education is, it's going to do this and that. But, like, then he's moving over, like, certain things to other departments, right? So,
yes.
He's not, he's not cutting it fully, right? It's not like it's going to be going away. He's just cutting money towards it.
He's removing the centralized responsibilities of the Department of Education and decentralizing them to different organizations within the federal government and eliminating some things. So basically what he's doing is just like every state has their own Department of Education, and what Trump is doing is like, we want the funding to go directly to those Department of Educations rather than going through the federal centralized Department of Education as a mediator and then going to the individual departments of education to give them more control over education in their state and the funding that they have access to. So with that being said, like, I believe the funding of state departments of education and federal funding to states for education will go through the Treasury Department. Special education will go to the Department of Health and Human Services, and then like some things are eliminated, but I don't recall which parts are eliminated and which are capped. But basically, most of the responsibilities of the Department of Education are just broken up to different departments that already exist within the federal government.
Right, and not only that, it's like $80 billion, I believe, is how much we pay towards it in our taxes every year. And
the money's staying. So like all the funding, like this is a huge misconception a lot of people are having is like Trump isn't cutting funding to education. He's just removing the Department of Education.
I meant for the Department of Education itself. Like I believe when it started, it was only a $14 billion something around there, and now it's at $80 billion. Yet our reading levels are at a disaster. Et cetera.
Like funding to keep the lights on and stuff, and like keep people working there.
I mean, I guess. Yeah. That's what keeps the lights on. Is it takes $80 billion.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, I'm sure it does cut like a huge expenditure out of the federal government. And I don't know. I just don't see a good reason why states shouldn't have more control over their education in the first place. I
totally agree. Also, it's like, why are we funding this whole? I mean, it's not like you said. The funding's not going away. I know that. How do I put this the right way? I guess if it exists, right, it shouldn't be. Our reading level shouldn't be at where they're at. Basically, is what. Because like it seems like education's gone downhill.
Yeah, centralization of anything is a bad thing. So like, a good way to put it is like, if you have the United States and you have all of the water in the United States is provided from one water plant.
Right.
Everyone in the country drinks from the same like water purification plant, right? Let's say that plant gets poisoned. It's all centralized. It gets poisoned. Now everyone in the country dies of poisoned water, right? But if you have many, let's say 50 water purification plants throughout the United States and many different sources of water, if one of those, like let's say New York's plant gets poisoned, only the people in New York die, everyone else is fine, right? So like if the Department of Education on a central federal level gets corrupted, unfortunately everyone's screwed throughout the United States because it's centrally controlled. But if you have
100%. I've seen it throughout the years, just alone with education going a certain direction. And even parents are outraged with people. Then you like have these, what is it called? It's like where parents are allowed to go up and speak to the school board. Yeah, most of the time, any parent that comes with certain facts or concerns, they just cut them off. Or, I've seen multiple witnesses or instances of such, but it's an unfortunate situation. So I don't blame Trump for doing what he's doing. I'm all for it,
Yeah, I don't know why it would be a bad thing. I don't think anyone has a good answer to why it's a bad thing.
I don't understand how. I mean, maybe it's just media because I don't see it in person. I would say, but it seems a lot of outrage on TikTok. Yet, there's also you got to take into consideration a lot of younger people watching TikTok. So,
yeah,
I guess because I'm 28, so it's like I woke up. after Biden got elected is when I woke up and I realized that because I didn't, I was all for hating Trump. I just didn't really look into it. I was with that whole, fuck him, etc. Yet until I realized, last 4 years had been really, really good. And then Biden comes in, this man can't even complete a full-on sentence without stuttering or going off track, but that's who they're going to elect. That's cool.
Yeah.
And then Biden just disastrous presidency throughout. So I realized Trump was the better option. That's who I voted for.
Yeah, totally. Well, I think we've got another person coming up for a debate. So I appreciate you coming up, Brandon. I hope I answered your question.
Have a good one, Cam.
Yeah, you too. See ya. What's up, Bodie? You disagree with one of my premises here?
No, I actually agree with a lot of it. I do agree with quite a bit of it. I just want to say I was the first true election I really paid attention to was 2016, and that was I was 12 at the time. So I think a lot of I'm 20 right now. So I got to vote in the last election. The first one I actually really did, and I noticed a lot of people in my age group were like, "Why are you voting for Trump?" And I'm like, I was old enough to see what it did to a middle class family because my dad's a tractor salesman, and then my stepmother is a hairstylist, and I saw what happened in Trump's first term, and then I saw what happened in Biden's first term, and I was like, yeah, no, Biden, he's not gonna get my vote in the second round. And then they put up Kamala, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's smart. Let's put up the drunk vice president who hasn't done jack diddly squat at the border as our candidate without even letting the people vote for her.
Yeah, totally.
And then I've noticed as of late, why do all these people hate Trump? Like all the liberals. They're the career politicians. The people who have been in office for 40 years, who've made a living on being a politician. Though the career politicians don't like that the people didn't vote for a career politician. Is how I see it.
Yeah,
Yep.
I agree with you, man. Brosen, D. Brosen, do you also moderate case if you want to debate? Request to join. D. Brosen, do you disagree with one of my prompts here?
Yeah, I mean all of them. So
Okay.
I mean, I'll let you choose which one you'd like to discuss.
Nah, man, totally up to you.
What does good guys mean when you talk about
They're
Israel?
the good guys. They're more consistently on the morally correct side of the conflicts that they've been in.
Morally correct in what sense? Like
They're not-
kill less people.
They're generally not the aggressors. So my moral beliefs are based on the non-aggression principle, and I think in general they are less likely and very rarely the aggressors.
And how familiar are you with the history of like the Israel-Palestine
very
conflict?
familiar.
So you understand that the Israel is the result of, you know, forced colonialism, of, you know, a Nakba that then was backed by the United States and Britain and
How?
most
The United States had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, the U.S.
United
the US
States.
I said backed. I said backed by.
The U.S. didn't
Yeah,
support or back
what-
Israel at all in
what wasn't
1948. Israel didn't support, endorse, or provide any aid to Israel in 1948. But I'd love to hear how Israel is the result of forced
I just want to fill in
colonialism.
the thing about Britain as well. Like, Britain did not support the
No.
Jordanian army that attacked Israel in 1948 was led by a British general and was filled with British officers.
But that doesn't mean that the nation itself doesn't, right?
It absolutely means that. Because they never would have been allowed to serve there without the permission of the British government.
Yes, I understand that, but the fact of the matter is that, like, there is an actual history of where the, you know, Palestinian mandate was and how the nation of Israel came to be due to the Zionist, like, state program.
Can you explain to me
and
what the Palestinian mandate was?
Well, the Palestinian mandate was how post World War I, like after we were divvying up the powers of the Ottoman Empire,
Yep.
you know, where influence was mandated, and therefore the states that were created and Britain having power over that section created what we call, or what was called, Palestine, and then would eventually
And
become.
who was a Palestinian under the British mandate?
Who was a Palestinian? I
Yeah.
mean, that's up for a great debate if you ask
Anyone who
an
lived there. So anyone who lived in the British Mandate of Palestine, or the British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel, that was the full name, was a Palestinian, called themselves a Palestinian, had a Palestinian ID, which was written in English, by the way, because they were under British control. So this notion that, like, it was called Palestine and thus the people who call themselves Palestinian today are the ones that have the right to the land is just fundamentally not true. And the reason for that is going to be because everyone called themselves a Palestinian at the time, because the name of the mandate was the British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel, right? Everyone called themselves Palestinian, whether they were Jew or whether they were Arab or whether they were Muslim or Christian, right? Druze, whatever. They were all Palestinians. They all called themselves Palestinians, okay? After the war in 1948, one group hung on to the name Palestinian, and one group had a new name for their state. Rather than calling themselves the Jewish Palestinian state and the Arab Palestinian state, the Arabs decided to call themselves Palestinians, and the Jews decided to call themselves Israelis. They wanted a new state called Israel, the Kingdom of Israel, named after Jacob in the Bible, right, whose name became Israel. With that being said, the name Palestine is actually an English adaptation of a Roman adaptation, Palestina, of a Greek or Hebrew word, Palestina or Philistia, right? And those people, those Philistines, in the biblical times, which the namesake is named after, are extinct. And they were Greeks, not Arabs. They came from Crete, the island of Crete, and they invaded a small area of the Levant between Tel Aviv and Gaza. Okay, but they have nothing to do with modern day Arabs or people who call themselves Palestinians, right? So with that being said, I would like to hear why you think that there was, like, forced colonialism and that Israel is the result of forced colonialism.
It is the result of forced colonialism because during that time, post World War I and post World War II, we have an intense amount of Jewish people being moved into this territory. They are given more rights due to the funding that is being obtained by the Zionist regime, right? The head of Zionism is it is a group that is Jewish in nature. They have beliefs that Judaism needs a place, and it wasn't always going to be what was then called Palestine, or would then become Israel. There were a lot of places that were debated about when it came to the fact that they wanted a Jewish state, and then post World War II.
So here's my question for you. So what rights?
Can I just point that out? Like that they weren't just sort of debating places and thinking, oh, this one might work, this one might not work. The people who proposed the alternatives were always rejected because they knew they couldn't get any support for them because there was no Jewish connection to them.
Right.
So, like when Uganda was suggested by Theodore Herzl, the other Zionists said, well, why would we go there? There's no Jewish connection to Uganda.
And it wasn't even Uganda. It was a different African country. They didn't know the name of. They called it Uganda. It was Uganda. But regardless. Wait. Brosen, real quick. What rights, so you said that Jewish people moved into Israel in mass numbers and they had more rights. What rights did Jews have?
I didn't say they had more rights.
Yes, you did.
Said that the group itself was establishing they were establishing neighborhoods. The kibbutzim are a result of mass movements into this area, and then a militarized group effort to establish a Jewish state. And they did so all at once through violent, means at the end of the 1940s, early 1950s. That's what the Nakba is, right?
I don't see the problem with that.
Wait, history 1 second. I'm about to take him down a road.
Yeah, you take it.
Okay, so real quick. So you said that, so first of all, how is any of this colonial? So a lot of Jews, one second. A lot of Jews moved to Israel starting in the 1850s because they had a historic tie to this land. This is where their people are native to. They move in mass numbers. Okay, great. The Ottomans allowed them to move in. So how is any of this colonial? And don't think I forgot about the militarized comment, because we're going to get to that in a second.
Yes, allowing people to move in is in itself not colonization. Perfect. It's when you start to use that as a function of gaining control, right? People, like if you say indigenous people who were quote unquote in control of American land allowed settlers to move in and enacted trade agreements and land agreements with British at the time settlers, that doesn't make it less colonization when they start forcing Native Americans into different parts of the land or killing them in droves.
Let's get this straight.
So
if you buy land,
you keep interrupting me.
Let me finish. I'm going to ask you a question real quick. If you buy land and move on to that land with the permission of the state that is in charge at the time, is that colonization?
You muted me.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Okay, well, if you're gonna force where I'm allowed to debate, this isn't really worth it. But I will answer your question.
Please do.
No, it is not. It is not colonization. The colonization starts where you start pushing your regime or your people's notions onto others. And so when they, during the Nakba, during the times before the Nakba, and during the establishment of kibbutzim, are pushing Palestinian people in directions or buying land in droves with the distinct plan of establishing a state, overriding the state that is in place at that time, yes, that is colonization.
What state existed at the time? What state existed?
Yeah. Well, we just established that this was the Palestinian, the Palestinian mandate had established what was at that time a state. It was
it's not. No, it wasn't a state. It wasn't a state. It wasn't a state. So the British controlled a territory that was called the British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel, right? In this region, okay? It was not explicitly laid out for the Arabs. If anything, it was explicitly laid out for the Jews in the Balfour Declaration, okay? Not for the Arabs. So this isn't a Palestinian state in the sense that you think of it today, because we know that everyone living in this region at the time, Jews, Druze, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, were all Palestinians, right? Just because Palestinians today held on to that name, Palestinian, the Jews did not, does not mean that when the British named it the British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel, they intended for the Arabs to take it, because they didn't. We know that based on the Balfour Declaration, where they promised it to the Jews. Okay, You said militarized. You said they made a militarized effort to push people out. When did they make a militarized effort to push people out?
The Nakba is a militarized effort.
Hold up. Pause.
Okay.
When did Israel start making a militarized effort to push people out?
So are you going to interrupt me or are you going to let me finish?
Go ahead and answer. Yeah.
Okay. The Nakba is the number one example. Now the Nakba is a series of, actual, conflicts and efforts that push Palestinian people and killed Palestinian people out of their neighborhoods. These neighborhoods go and you hit a blitzkrieg on, parts of Europe and push Jewish people out. That is considered an act of militarized aggression. Okay. When you are saying that people who live there can no longer live there, that is an act of militarized aggression.
So tell me this: when did the Nakba happen? What year?
1948.
Okay, so it happened in 1948. Interesting. What happened in 1947?
I mean, I'm sure you have a specific answer that you would like to.
What, you don't know anything that was going on during 1947 in this region?
I know a lot of things that were going on during 1947.
Okay, what's the big thing that happened? What's the big thing that happened?
Just answer the answer.
Great. I'll answer. Perfect. I'll answer because you don't know. So in 1947, Haj Amin al. So first of all, let me just lay this out real quick. At this time, you can read a number of different books, like Benny Morris's "The Birth of a Palestinian Refugee Problem Revisited" is a great example. A great book that you can read about like the cultural aspects of what was going on in the region at the time. So there were about 400 villages across the British Mandated Palestine, across Mandatory Palestine, right? Arab villages. In these villages, the people did not care about national politics at all. They viewed it as a sophisticated plaything of the Ayan, the elite families living in the bigger cities, like the Khalidis and the Husseinis, okay, Jerusalem and Jaffa. They didn't care about it. They cared about their family, their tribe, and their town in that order. They didn't care who was governing them so long as they didn't impede their ability to cultivate agriculture. So when Haj Amin al-Husseini came home from Nazi Germany after World War II, okay, after he had been working with Heinrich Himmler in the Waffen SS to recruit Muslims in the Balkans to work for Nazi Germany in the SS, Haj Amin al-Husseini came home. He was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem formerly. He was the religious leader in Mandatory Palestine for the Muslims. He came back and he convinced the people in those 400 villages that they needed to start a civil war against the Jews because the Jews were bad. Okay, so this is a guy who just got done working for Hitler. He started a civil war in 1947 against the Jews. Okay, the Jews had a defensive force at the time, the precursor to the IDF. What is it called? Do you know?
Did you almost say a military, or did you want to specifically say a defensive force?
It was a defensive force. What was it called?
And it wasn't militarized.
What was it called? It was militarized. What was it called?
I mean, I'm just pointing out that you're
you have
using very specific language.
It was called the Haganah. Okay, it's the precursor to the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF. Okay, so the Haganah remained completely defensive until May of 1948, while the Arabs blockaded every road in Mandatory Palestine, including roads that went to East Jerusalem where Jews were living. Okay, they starved Jews living in East Jerusalem. So when the British left in May of 1948, the Haganah went on the offensive and they fought a war against the Arabs that were fighting a civil war against them. Prior to May of 1948, the Haganah, or the precursor to the IDF, what effectively became the IDF a year later, remained completely defensive and simply defended Israeli settlements like Kfar Etzion, which was massacred, and then Jewish bodies were left out in fields for years, despite Muslims, just as well as Jews, knowing that it is a very important religious practice to bury your dead, because it's important in Islam too, but they blockaded the roads and wouldn't allow them to bury their dead. So the IDF remained completely defensive until May of 1948. Then they went on the offense and tried to push the Arabs that were fighting the civil war against them back closer to the borders of what Resolution 181 from the UN, the partition plan, dictated as Israel and the Arab state, right? So at this point, they're pushing people back. Now Jordan, Iraq, and Syria and Egypt jump into the war, and they start fighting against the Jews. And the Jews couldn't buy weapons from anybody, despite the fact that you claimed that this war was backed both by Britain and America. It wasn't. Nobody would sell weapons to the Jews. And so they turned to the Czechs. And what were the Czechs just doing a couple years prior? Well, they were selling weapons to the Nazis. They weren't manufacturing weapons anymore because they weren't a Nazi state, but they had a lot of leftover weapons. So they sent their leftover weapons that were marked with swastikas, stamped in the metal, to Israel. So now they have Holocaust survivors running around with Nazi-stamped weapons because they couldn't get anything else. But that's how determined they were to prevent their people from being slaughtered by the Arabs who were fighting a civil war against them. So they pushed them back. Now all these other states jump on. They, against all odds, win the fucking war that the Arabs started, not the Israelis, right? Nobody contests this, not even the Arabs. The Arabs started the war. The Israelis defended themselves against the war and protected the territory that was allotted to them in UN Resolution 181. Okay? In 1948, they established their state, they declared independence, and the state of Israel was born. They tried to fight them again in 1967, and they lost in 6 days. Israel took more territory this time. They gave the West Bank back in 1994 and 1996. They also gave a portion of the Golan Heights back and the Sinai Peninsula back from 1967. There was no Nakba. All historians, the majority of historians at least, that cover this topic, the foremost historian, particularly Benny Morris, says that the majority of people who fled in 1948, they always cite the 700,000 number for the Nakba, fled due to the flail of war. The majority of them never even saw an Israeli soldier, nor did the Israeli soldier see them. There were a few dozen of the 400 villages that were forcefully evacuated, and the reason for that was because they were retrofitted into military outposts for either the Transjordanian Arab Legion or the people that were fighting the civil war under Hajj Amin al-Hussein.
Relocating peoples, even if it is for a militarized effort, is still
not for a militarized effort, because the towns were retrofitted into military bases. If they're actively attacking Israel, Israel has no option but to remove those attackers. And unfortunately, some innocent people were removed from their homes, right? And Israel has offered to bring those people back. But look at Haifa, for example. I think it was Haifa. It was either Haifa or Jaffa. The mayor was telling his people to evacuate. The Arab leaders were telling people from Haifa to evacuate, and the Jewish mayor of Haifa got down on his knees and begged for the Arabs to remain. After 1948, what happened to every Arab that was still inside of Israel? There were hundreds of thousands of them. What happened?
Sorry, I missed the question. I was reading the chat. Say it one more time.
In 1948, there were still hundreds of thousands of Arabs inside the newly declared borders of Israel. What happened to those people?
I mean, they lived where they were.
They were immediately made citizens of Israel and given full rights. 2 of them were invited into the Knesset, which is Israel's parliament. So immediately you had Arab representation in the government of Israel, immediately as soon as the Knesset was established. Every Arab citizen was given full rights and made a citizen of Israel. There were hundreds of thousands of them still inside the country.
I understand that. But that doesn't make the efforts of Israel to establish itself as the I was reading the chat again. To establish itself as the power over Palestinian people, regardless of where that national identity comes from.
There was no Palestinian national identity at the time. It wasn't invented until the 60s with Yasser Arafat.
Okay, sure. It doesn't matter where it comes from. These people have been here. National identity changes, right?
When did they go there? When did they get there?
It depends. There have been families in that region for hundreds of years.
Yes, great. For hundreds of years. Who was there before?
What do you mean there before?
Who was in the Levant prior to Arab expansion in the 7th century? Because you got to remember,
I'm sure you're going to say Jewish people.
Yes, perfect. Jewish people were there. Yes.
Okay, and Jewish people were pushed out, and that is a historical reality.
Perfect. So perfect right there. Israel is the greatest story of decolonization ever in the history of the world. Ever.
Decolonization is not the effort of pushing people out.
They didn't push anyone out. They didn't push anyone out who wasn't fighting against them. Again, hundreds of thousands of Arabs remained in the country, and those people immediately became full-fledged citizens of Israel, and to this day still have the same rights.
Okay, so let's talk about modern day. We've talked about history. I will fully admit, you have a really great grasp of the history of Israel. I am a much more broad historian. My focus is on American history, which is why I made those comparisons, which people really were not happy about, the comparisons to American history. But when it comes to the modern day, saying that Israel continues to be the good guys, even if they were justified in defending themselves in 1967, even if they were justified in defending themselves in 2006, even if they were justified in fighting against Hamas post October 7th, the fact of the matter is that Hamas is not a thing that came out of nowhere. Hamas is not funded just by Iran or other, Arab Arab states, Hamas is also funded by Israel. Netanyahu himself is the reason why Hamas has continued to be. Okay, even if you want to say the nation of Israel are the good guys, the fact of the matter is that Netanyahu has not acted for the good of Israel or Jewish people.
Perfect. I'd love to respond to that, and I'd love to also get into more things that Israel has done wrong, or you think they've done wrong in the modern day. So you said that Hamas is not a thing that came out of nowhere. Hamas was funded by Israel. So there are two parts of this argument that I generally hear. So Hamas started out as a charity that was primarily focusing on reworking the education system in Gaza in the 1985 to 1987. Okay. Israel did give them some funding at that time because they were reworking the education system in the Gaza Strip. Nobody knew that they were going to try to program these people to hate Jews and be anti-Semitic and terrorists, right? Nobody knew this. Israel thought, okay, great. These people are trying to help the Palestinian situation and alleviate the problem a little bit. We'll give them money, okay? In 1988, they declare themselves as an official political party, and their charter says the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees will say, "Oh Muslims, oh Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him." That was prior to the establishment of Hamas, when Israel was giving them money as a charity. They established themselves as the people who were in charge of that charity established a political organization called the Change and Reform Party, also known as Hamas, in 1988, with the stated goal of killing all the Jews. Okay, at that point, Israel was not giving them any money. Israel saw them as a real threat. There's another situation that happened later down the line when Netanyahu was prime minister, where Qatar was giving money to Hamas, and Israel did not intervene and prevent the Qatari payments to Hamas. And I think that this is something where it doesn't matter how it went down, right? Because if Benjamin Netanyahu stepped in and he prevented Qatari funding, you'd be standing here today complaining that he intervened in foreign policy with Gaza and prevented them from receiving money that they needed for food or some other bullshit, right? So it doesn't matter what he did in that situation, you're still going to be mad about it.
That's the thing. You're straw manning by putting words in my mouth when I'm trying to absorb what you're saying, right?
So would you have preferred that Benjamin Netanyahu intervened and meddled in Palestinian affairs by preventing money from Qatar to go to the actual governing authority of the Gaza Strip? Would you have preferred that?
The fact of the matter is that
No, ask you a question. Would you prefer it?
I would prefer that Israel not even Israel. I would prefer that Palestinians have the ability to hold continuous elections, because everybody who defends Israel talks about the fact that Israel voted for Hamas in 2006. Most of the people in Palestine right now, or in Gaza, or in the West Bank, are not people who were even alive then. And the fact of the matter coming from that is that Netanyahu himself is a person who should not be in power due to the fact that the Israeli courts actively opposed him and the things he did, and which is why he was out of power prior to this.
So let the record show that you did not answer my question. I asked you if you would have preferred that Israel cut Qatari payments to the legitimate governing authority of the Gaza Strip that was democratically elected in 2006 during the Palestinian Legislative Council election. You did not answer the question. What you said, hold up, pause. What you said was that you would have preferred that Palestinians be given free and fair elections, but that's actually not up to Israel. Israel can't force the Palestinians to have free and fair elections. If you want them to have free and fair elections, you should probably talk to Hamas or Mahmoud Abbas, who's the leader of the Fatah party, which has power in the West Bank. Neither of them are willing or want to hold elections, right? Because what happened in 2006 when Hamas took the majority of the seats in the Palestinian Legislative Council is a civil war between the two started. Israel murdered the members of Fatah in Gaza, and Fatah murdered the members of Hamas in the West Bank, and the remainder fled to Gaza. So nobody is impeding Palestinians from having elections except Palestinians. But what else do you think Israel's doing wrong today?
A legitimate government body that is considered a terrorist organization by the biggest powers in the world modernly, and then say that they're not having an you don't recognize these people as a legitimate government. You say they are the only government, but then you say that Israel has no control. But then every time someone tries to get aid from, the world, they have to go through Israel. If you have to travel into Palestine, you have to go through Israel. If you want to go into Gaza or into the West Bank, you have to go through Israel. So is Israel in power, or are they not in power? Is Netanyahu controlling, or is he not controlling? Is Netanyahu responsible, or is he not responsible? Okay, the fact of the matter is that the established clauses that have been put in place are that Israel is in control of what goes in and out of Gaza and in and out of the West Bank. And then when these people are asking for help, and don't say you can go through Jordan or through Egypt, because the IDF has control there too. The IDF is actively watching constantly because they have things like the Iron Dome. They have U.S.-backed military powers. We have the Indo-PACOM region. We have everything that watches our allies and our not-so-allies. Okay? The fact of the matter is that they won't even let people go through Rafah because they were bombing Rafah. If you want to talk about, pushing Palestinians into Egypt, let's talk about it. But the fact of the matter is that people who are going into Palestine have to go through Egypt. Who are going into Palestine have to go through Israel.
Perfect.
And
the fact. Let me go ahead and respond to that real quick. You said a lot. So, you said, how can they have elections if everyone considers Hamas a terrorist organization? So Hamas, again, in their charter, says the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "Oh Muslims, oh Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him." Also, Fatih Hamad, who's a senior Hamas official and a politician within the party Change and Reform Hamas, literally said, "All of you Palestinians in diaspora, stop warming up. Wherever you find a Jew on this planet, take care of him by way of slaughter and killing." Jew, not Israeli. Wherever you find him on the planet, not in Israel. Right? So this is a legitimate terrorist organization that killed over 1,000 Jews in the early 2000s and continues to murder. Well, hold up, pause. So you complain that everyone considers them a terrorist organization, but they are literally a terrorist organization that routinely murders people and also says they want to kill every Jew on the planet. So on top of that, you said you have to go through Israel to enter Gaza and the West Bank. You said it yourself. Not true. You can go to the West Bank through Jordan, and you can also go into Gaza through Egypt. But Egypt doesn't want to loosen up their border with Gaza because they know they're as bad as Israel knows they're as bad, right? So they don't want to do that. You said that Israel has the Iron Dome.
They are unilaterally bad.
Not done answering. So not done answering. So you can respond to me. I'll let you respond as long as you want when I'm finished. You said that Israel has the Iron Dome to prevent people from moving, but that's not true because the Iron Dome is purely a missile defense system and has nothing to do whether or not people cross the border.
I was talking about
furthermore, you said that Israel is bombing Rafah, and you talked about food aid. So Israel, UNRWA is the UN relief organization for the Palestinians. You can go to the UNRWA website and you can look at the amount of food aid that crosses every single day into Gaza, both from the Rafah crossing in Egypt and the Karim Shalom crossing in Israel. And if you look at the amount of food aid that crosses, you're looking at Israel sending 200 to 300 trucks of food per day into Gaza. Through the Karim Shalom crossing.
Sent, or are they being stopped on the way in?
No, they're going in. This is how many physically cross the border every single day. You're looking at about 70 crossing from Egypt into Rafah. Forbes reported that that Palestinians should have a diet based on the amount of food that enters the Strip of 3,000 calories per day per person, which is more than any person would need. And as you pointed out previously, 47% of the population are children, which will never consume 3,000 calories in a day. So they have an extreme excess of food. But the unfortunate thing is what happens is Hamas stops the trucks, they steal the food, and they sell the food back to the Palestinians so they can buy weapons. They've been doing this for decades. On top of this, so Israel is bombing Rafah. Can you tell me which part of Rafah is the refugee camp in?
It's not about the refugee camp. It's about the roads and routes of which people...
Perfect. So where are the routes, where are the evacuation zones, and where are the refugee camps in Rafah? What part of Rafah?
Right now, this isn't happening because there was a ceasefire. But
right.
when
it was happening, where was it?
People...
Answer the question.
There was an effort...
Okay, great. So you don't want to answer. I'll answer for you. So
I'm trying to answer, but you keep fucking muting my mic, dude.
Answer. I'm looking for a specific answer. Tell me what it is.
Well, if you're looking for a specific answer, you don't actually want my answer. You want me to walk into this straw man trap that you.
No, I'm trying to see if you know. I'm trying to see if you know.
You're trying to see if I know.
Yes,
brother. We are in a very casual debate. I don't have the ability to have my information.
What part of Rafah was Israel bombing? I'm not looking at any information. I have 3 instances of Pokemon Go on my laptop. There's nothing else going on. So there are. Which part of Rafah was Israel bombing, and which part is the refugee camp in?
I'll let you answer since you want to say.
So the refugee camp is in West Rafah. The terrorist hideouts where Hamas has been operating is in Eastern Rafah. The refugee camp has never been bombed. Okay, the humanitarian zone that has been set up has never been bombed. There was an instance where there was a fire inside of the refugee camp, but it was later discovered that that was because a Hamas operative fired a fucking RPG at an Israeli jet from the refugee camp, which started a fire. There was another instance where there was a Hamas hideout a few kilometers outside of the refugee zone, and that building was struck, but it never affected the actual refugee camp. They bombed East Rafah because that's where Hamas is operating, in Eastern Rafah. The refugee camp is in Western Rafah.
Okay. So let me actually respond to that now that I have heard.
Or sorry, it's reversed. It's reversed. The refugee camp is in East, and they're bombing the West.
Okay. And why are you bombing Hamas if you want Hamas and them to leave through Rafah?
They don't want Hamas to leave through Rafah. They want to kill every single last one of them.
Okay, that's not how you deal with terrorism. If terrorism,
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Absolutely,
that is not how you deal. You don't bomb Pakistan when Osama bin Laden is fleeing from Afghanistan to Pakistan.
Right, because Osama bin Laden was the only member of Al Qaeda in Pakistan. That's why. So you don't bomb Osama bin Laden because he's the only member of Al Qaeda that's in Pakistan. You can do a more controlled strike. We also weren't at war with Al Qaeda at the time, or with Pakistan at the time.
Okay, yeah, but that's my point, is that we're not at war with Egypt right now, but if you're bombing the border and you have a risk of killing civilians and
we're not bombing the border crossing. Israel's not bombing the border crossing.
And you are bombing people who are trying to leave.
That's not happening.
Okay, so they're bombing just Hamas. No civilians.
They're bombing Hamas in East Rafah.
No civilians have been killed in the.
No, I didn't say that. Hamas. Nobody said that.
That is what you said. You said they are bombing the area where Hamas is. There's no civilians there.
Yeah, they're bombing members of Hamas who hide behind civilians, unfortunately.
Just like UNRWA. UNRWA is members of Hamas too. Those people who were murdered by.
Yes, I was actually just in Israel the other day, and I met with a reporter who was invited by one of the Israeli intelligence services to view the artifacts recovered from the bodies of dead Hamas terrorists that invaded Israel on October 7th. And among their belongings were UNRWA cards with their faces.
If UNRWA is giving support, and like you said, they are taking that support and they are selling it, then it is not unlikely that they would have UNRWA cards.
Yes, because they work for UNRWA and they're terrorists.
No,
yes.
So UNRWA is.
Wait. So if you break into Israel on October 7th and you murder civilians, you're undoubtedly a terrorist, right? If you have an UNRWA ID card with your face and name on it in your back pocket, what does that also make you? It makes you a terrorist that works for UNRWA.
That makes the whole organization a terrorist organization because
no, it means that terrorists have infiltrated UNRWA, and there were multiple ID cards recovered from terrorists on October 7th.
Okay, just so if you are an IDF agent and you shoot a child in the face, but you have so all of the IDF is now officially a terrorist organization.
Find me any instance where an IDF soldier has shot a child in the face.
I can absolutely, because Israel is well known for shooting at journalists, children, and people who approach the fences or the gates.
Wait, do you mean the sniper incident?
Sorry?
The sniper incident on the wall, where snipers shot at children who were throwing rocks at the border.
Yeah, that is a war crime.
That's not ordered by the IDF directly.
Okay, but that's not what I said. You don't know that UNRWA ordered that person who is allegedly a part of Hamas.
I never said they did.
But that's, you're saying UNRWA is a terrorist organization.
No, I never said that. I said Hamas is a terrorist organization. You made the argument that terrorists have not infiltrated UNRWA, and I told you that they have.
I didn't say they haven't infiltrated.
Yeah,
I said
you actually mocked me, and you said, "Oh, let me guess next. UNRWA is full of terrorists," and I said, "Yes, it's true. They are full of terrorists." Doesn't mean that UNRWA is a terrorist organization in and of itself. Just means that there are terrorists that work for UNRWA, and UNRWA is undoubtedly compromised. Anything else? What else do you think Israel's doing bad today?
Oh, my bad. You muted me again because you love doing that. By your logic, then is the IDF or the IOF, whatever you want to call it, is considered a war criminal organization because some of the people in the IOF are war criminals.
Like
they are committing war crimes, therefore they are infiltrated by war criminals, therefore they are a war criminal organization.
Name me like one thing. First of all, I don't like war crime. I don't like the term war crime because you're referring to international law. International law is a joke. It's not enforceable. The only way to enforce international law is to occupy the country you levy.
That's straight out of the IDF playbook.
Yeah,
there.
One second.
No,
So I'm not done finished. So the only way to enforce international law is to occupy the country you levy accusations against, i.e., like we did in Berlin after World War II. We occupied Berlin. We held Nazis accountable. We took them to the international court and threw them in The Hague. Right. The only other way is for the person who has accusations against them to surrender themselves to an international court, which has never and will never happen. So international law is a joke. It's not enforceable. Laws are only as legitimate as their enforcement mechanism, and international law has zero enforcement mechanisms. So now we can talk about have members of the IDF done bad things, and does that make the IDF bad? I'd like to hear an instance of situation where you think the IDF did something that was blanketly immoral.
Bombing of hospitals. Bombing
What
of journalists.
hospital? What hospital?
Al-Shifa?
Yeah, Al-Shifa Hospital was never bombed. I hate to break it to you. This shows how little you know about the situation. Al-Shifa Hospital wasn't bombed. It was raided. So what happened when Israel raided Al-Shifa Hospital?
And what did they find when they raided the Al-Shifa Hospital other than hundreds of people who have been murdered?
Yeah. I'll tell you.
Likely by IOF soldiers.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what they found. So they found 900 terror suspects. 500 of them were confirmed members of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas. They killed one of the top 10 highest-ranking members of Hamas in the maternity ward as he attempted to flee to the courtyard with 2 bodyguards that were armed. They found hundreds of rifles. They found hundreds of handguns in drop-down lockers in the ceilings and foot lockers in the floor, below the floorboards. They also found anti-tank grenades. They found regular grenades. They found something like 8 rocket-propelled grenades, rocket launchers, RPGs, dozens of explosive devices, and weapons all over the hospital. They also got shot at when they went into Al-Shifa Hospital by who? Terrorists. Members of Hamas.
If you're invading a section of Gaza during what is considered a conflict, doesn't it make sense that when you are approaching a hospital, the opposing side would shoot at you and would be guarding a hospital where people are being cared for because of the unilateral damage that Israel is doing upon the people?
Why would you choose a hospital?
Yeah, why would you choose the hospital? They were using it as a military installation. It's very obvious. They wouldn't have had hundreds of weapons inside and 900 terrorists inside if they weren't using it as a military installation. Hamas is known for using their people as human shields.
Did you talk to the Palestinians there?
Well, okay, Hold up. So let's break it down. So one of the top 10 highest-ranking commanders in the entire army of Hamas was inside the building. There were tunnels underneath the building.
Or is it an organization?
Yep. There were tunnels underneath the building that were being used for the military to operate out of and go in and out of the building. They had anti-tank grenades. They had regular grenades, rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs, rocket launchers, and tons of other weapons. Right. Something tells me it was probably being used as a military installation. Why else would you have 900 terrorists inside of the building? 900. All of these people were arrested.
Inside of the building, or were they in the tunnels?
They were inside the building. Some of them might have been inside the tunnels, but I don't know that it makes any difference. Regardless,
and what about the people who were being treated in the hospital?
What about them? They were left.
What happened to those people?
They were left.
They were left.
Yes.
Nobody was injured. Nobody was hurt.
I don't know if anybody was injured or hurt.
Okay, so that's a really convenient point
but
that
why
you're
does
making,
it matter?
right? No, let me finish. There's a really convenient point that you're making that Israel goes into this hospital, they find all of these weaponry, they consolidate it to one place, they take these pictures, they take all of this quote-unquote evidence that Israel is going and liberating this hospital from Hamas and is going through Gaza and is making sure that Hamas has no place to go, and then all of these dead bodies are found, and yet there's no evidence of where these dead bodies come from. There's no evidence or identity on these dead bodies that display that they are from Hamas.
Wait, what do you mean they captured the Hamas operatives? Those 900.
Yes,
so they killed about 150. They killed about 150 of the terrorists, and they took 900 of them back to Israel to detain them.
How did you know that they were terrorists?
Because they were confirmed members of Hamas or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. What are you talking about? They were wearing green headbands. What do you mean? How did you know?
No, I'm saying, how do you know? You've been told that, but we don't actually know because it was a hospital. It is more than likely that people were being treated and then were killed in the ensuing, conflict, and then. Sorry?
Right, that's very convenient. So these 900 people that exchanged fire with Israel, these 900 people who exchanged fire with the IDF wearing green headbands were not members of Hamas, but instead they were just hospital victims, like people who were in the hospital.
I'm saying that I wasn't there. I do not have the means to know exactly who was what and what. So what's your
so here's my question. So if you think this isn't what happened, the burden of proof to prove otherwise is on you. So I can't prove a negative. If you think that Israel did actually propped up all these bodies, they killed a bunch of people inside the hospital that were being treated and just said they were terrorists, and then they arrested a bunch of patients and said they were terrorists, despite the fact that they were in bulletproof vests and green headbands and had AK-47s and RPGs, the burden of proof to prove that is on you. You're the one who has to prove that this is not true, not me. So prove it.
You want me to prove that people were not Hamas?
Yes.
Even though there is not.
I want you to show me evidence to the contrary. We have the photographs. We have the photographs of their equipment. We have. Yep. 1 second. We have the photographs of the terrorists. We have the photographs of the weapons. We have the photographs of the equipment, of their uniforms. Show me evidence to the contrary. There's plenty of evidence that this is the case and that Israel's not lying about it. Show me evidence to the contrary that they're lying about it.
Evidence to the contrary that they're lying about is the fact that Israel has a history.
Yeah, that's not evidence to the contrary. So if you're being tried for theft, let's say you stole a candy bar from.
Thank you. I know how that works, but this isn't.
No. One sec. I'm not finished. So this is a trial. It's a court of public opinion, right? So we're trying to debate out an issue and figure out who's right and who's wrong by making our case for each situation. Very similar to how courts do this when you're tried for a criminal offense. Let's say that you're being tried for stealing something and you actually didn't do it, right? But you've stolen things 3 times in the past, right? Saying that you've stolen things 3 times in the past is not sufficient to convict you on this count. So prove to me the contrary, that Israel's lying, without saying, well, they've lied in the past about things, without actually showing me anything they've lied about in the past. And it doesn't matter if they have, and they haven't.
Okay, I can say that based on the debate rules in the court of public opinion, sure, you can say, especially as someone who supports Israel, that there is evidence that, Hamas was using this hospital. However, you do not have the evidence that this was a military installation and not a hospital.
My evidence, right? No, it was a hospital being used as a military installation. My evidence for that is that 900 terrorists were arrested inside. 150 were killed on the premises. Hundreds of rifles were recovered. Hundreds of handguns were recovered. Anti-tank grenades were recovered, and RPGs were recovered. That's my evidence that it was a military installation. The fact that there were tunnels going inside the hospital and outside the hospital and networking underneath the hospital is my evidence that it was a military installation. The fact that one of the top 10 highest-ranking commanders in the Hamas military was found and killed inside in the maternity ward is my evidence that it was a military installation. Do you, point blank, have any evidence to the contrary to disprove this?
No, not off the top of my, not on me right this second.
Perfect. So what else do you think Israel's done that's bad?
That does not, you have not done anything to prove that Israel is the good guys, in the sense that, what about civilians, right? At the end of the day, most of us who are anti-Israel or who oppose Israel in this conflict are talking about the fact that civilians are being hurt at unprecedented rates. Okay,
not true.
Civilians.
Not true.
Sorry?
Not true.
What's not true about that?
That the civilians are being hurt at unprecedented rates. That's not true. This actually, the death rate in this war is very minuscule compared to the death rates in previous modern armed conflicts. Take World War II, for example. In World War II, there were 400,000 innocent civilians killed in Berlin. It absolutely is a modern armed conflict. We played by similar rules. We dropped bombs from planes. We shot people with guns. Look at Russia, for example. Here's a modern armed conflict in Ukraine. In Ukraine, in the first 20 days of the invasion of Mariupol, 30,000 people were killed. Now the death toll is well into the hundreds of thousands, right? But this war has been going on since 2023, and you've got 45,000 people dead. And by the way, a much greater population density. By the way, than Mariupol.
A greater population density.
Yeah. So like if I drop a bomb, I would expect that bomb in a densely populated civilian area would kill more people than it would in a more sparsely populated place like Mariupol. But in reality, Israel's been so good at their precise targeting that they've killed less people. And also, I'd like to just dispel this narrative of X amount of people have been killed in Gaza just because the Gaza Health Ministry says they have. So first of all, the Gaza Health Ministry claims that in order to determine somebody dead, they have to pray over the body. When Al-Ali Hospital was bombed by their own forces, they claimed that 500 people were killed in Israel did it 15 minutes after the hospital was bombed. In reality, less than
Al-Ali Hospital was bombed by Hamas or by Palestinian forces is still highly contested.
No, it's not. It's not contested at all.
It is contested.
The munition that was used is not a munition that's in Israel's arsenal. It was a handmade, makeshift munition that killed less than 50 people and exploded in the parking lot, never hit the hospital. But 15 minutes afterwards, the Gaza Health Ministry insisted that 500 people were killed and the hospital blew up, which didn't happen. The hospital did not blow up. It wasn't affected at all. Less than 50 people died, not 500. That's an entire order of magnitude smaller. And they claim that they have to pray over every single body when somebody dies in order to determine that person dead. 15 minutes after, they didn't pray over 500 bodies. They lied. On top of that,
but that also means that there is likely an underestimation.
Dr. Abraham Weiner, well, what do you mean they overestimated? So I don't think that points to underestimation.
No, I'm saying that
real quick, Dr. Abraham Weiner, who is a professor of data science and statistics at the University of Pennsylvania, I believe, did an in-depth statistical analysis of the Gaza Health Ministry reported numbers, specifically on their demographics. So what he found was that the death toll every single day increases with exact metronomic linearity, 250 people, give or take 15%. That is statistically impossible. It does not happen. If you look at the death toll of any war, Vietnam, World War II, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the death toll stagnates every day. It could be 0 one day and it could be 100 the next day. It's never the same because the battles don't happen in a rhythmic fashion, right? So the death toll also shouldn't go up with exact metronomic linearity. So 1 second. It goes up in a straight line. That should never happen in a war. It doesn't make any sense. On top of that, what he found is that in every war, there should be a strong correlation between the deaths of women and men because civilian men and women are going to be in the same places when buildings get bombed. But there's not. There's a negative correlation between the deaths of men and women in Gaza. According to the Gaza Health Ministry's numbers, there should also be a strong correlation between the deaths of women and children because presumably when a woman gets bombed or a child gets bombed, their mother is going to be with them, right? So there should be a strong correlation between the deaths of women and children. These things are true for every other war, but there's not. There's no correlation between the deaths of women and children in Gaza. The real nail in the coffin was this study was done in February. And in February, Hamas reported that 6,000 of their militants had been killed. The Gaza Health Ministry's death toll does not delineate between combatants and non-combatants. So civilians and militants are included in this death toll. But what they were reporting was that only 6,000 men in totality had been killed, despite the Gaza military reporting that 6,000 of their combatants had been killed. So what that means,
we didn't trust what Hamas says when it comes to the death toll.
1 sec. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. So if you've killed 6,000 combatants and only 6,000 men in total have been killed, that means only combatant men have been killed and no civilian men have been killed, which doesn't make any sense because how could you possibly kill so many women and children and 0 men that are civilians? It doesn't make any sense. It is statistically impossible. Are Gazan men, civilian men, impervious to Israeli rockets? No. We've seen videos of dead civilian men in Gaza. So clearly their reporting is wrong. Now, whether they're lying about the entire data set and inflating the number, we don't know. But we know they're definitely lying about the demographics.
Okay, but Kim, you're a smart guy, right? You know as well as I do that the fact is that the numbers will not be accurate until people have been able to fully excavate the parts of Gaza that are destroyed and actually count the people and the bodies, okay? But when Israel has a ceasefire, breaks ceasefire, continues bombing, and bombs civilian safe spaces, that number is never going to be accurate.
Wait, why did they break the ceasefire?
Don't interrupt me. You've interrupted me, and I have not interrupted you, even though you keep muting me, and I don't have that same power.
I mute you all
right? Okay. When you are talking about death toll and you are saying that this is the confirmed kill death toll, but we don't have the same infrastructure and this is still an ongoing thing, yes, the way that data is collected is going to be a very, very auspicious, thing. Some people are going to put in that data in a way that they are doing consistent numbers every day, or they're going to do that thing where they do every other day, this amount of data is being inputted, and that is what the numbers are doing. But all of it, at the end of the day, is an estimation, because there are bodies who have not been found. There are bodies that are not being prayed over, as you so pointed out. There are people who are not fully intact or are not found because they are literally pulling people out that are buried under rubble, or they may be assumed dead. But the fact of the matter is that civilians are still dying. And
Yes.
that is an issue.
As civilians do in every modern armed conflict ever in the history of ever. Civilians dying is a fact of war. It's happened in every war in human history. It's unfortunate, but if you don't want your people to die, you probably shouldn't invade a country and kill a bunch of civilians, because it's going to lead to war. Hamas started a war on October 7th, 2023, and Israel is ending that war.
They're ending that war.
They're ending.
But isn't it on Israel as the people who have control over what goes in and out of, and I know you're going to point out Jordan and you're going to point out Egypt, but Israel is the ones who have said, this is our land, right? We are the governing body closest to the Palestinian people. We have a right to this land, and they have a fully westernized military.
Yes.
It is on them. The burden is on them to kill the least amount of people.
No, it's not. Why would it be? Wait, hold up. You're talking about civilians. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, militaries should, in general, conduct themselves to kill the least amount of civilians. They should kill as many terrorists as they physically can. But in terms of, like, reducing civilian casualties, I'm actually glad you brought this up. Because, yeah, I agree with you. And Israel actually takes extreme steps to avoid civilian casualties, and that's why it's so low compared to other modern armed conflicts, like World War II or like the Russia-Ukraine conflict, in terms of civilian casualties. So before Israel bombs areas, what they often do is they drop leaflets, they give evacuation orders, they set up refugee zones, they send out mass SMS text messages saying, we're about to bomb this building, if you're a civilian in the area, clear. They also make mass phone calls to buildings before they bomb them, telling everybody to leave. And that is at the great misfortune of Israel, because if they warn the civilians, they're also warning the Hamas terrorists, who also get to escape. But Israel gets to blow up their weapons depot, so that's fine. Or wherever they're storing their weapons, and it disarms them. So they didn't kill them, but at least they disarmed them, and they avoided civilian casualties. Another thing Israel does is ship in mass amounts of food, more than any country in the world, to Gaza.
You keep saying that, but I do think that it has been seen time and time again that Israel is the law.
Israel also roof knocks. So this is a practice where when you're about to bomb a building and you want to warn the people inside, you can drop very small munitions on the roof that are not strong enough to penetrate the building, warning people, like, get out of the building. You know this works because you'll see tons of videos of buildings getting bombed in Gaza, and it's like, okay, well, how did this guy know to record this specific building at this specific time, and how did he get outside of the building? Well, it's because
you can
Israel
hear bombs before they drop, too.
No, well, it's because no, not fast enough. No, they dive bomb. So you'll hear the jet coming in. You don't know what building is going to get struck. The jet, if
But
they're dropping
that's
it.
how you record.
One sec,
what are
one
you
sec.
talking about? You're
Yeah.
saying you can't have your phone out?
Yeah. No, I'm saying there are hundreds of videos of buildings getting bombed. How did the person recording those videos know when to record on their phone and what building to record? You can hear a
There's
jet
dozens
come-
of videos of
Yeah.
9/11. How did people?
Yeah. There are news cameras of 9/11 of people who just happen to be out there at the time, but also not
And you're
New
saying
York
that's
City.
not a possibility
One second,
of that?
New York City wasn't a war zone, and there are hundreds of videos of the planes hitting the towers. There are 2 of each, right? So we have more footage of the second tower hitting. I don't even know if there exists a video of the first plane hitting the first tower. I don't think there is. Of course, everyone knew to record. Of course, I'm not finished. Of course, everyone knew to record after the first plane hit. But regardless, why do these people know to record what building in densely populated urban areas where there are lots of buildings? How do they know what building to record and when? It's because Israel warns them. They send out mass text messages, they send out mass phone calls, and they drop leaflets, and they roof knock. So if you hear some munitions hitting the roof of your building and you leave the building, oh, now I'm going to record the building because it's about to get bombed. Yeah, of course, right? Otherwise there would not be hundreds of people just conveniently recording before one building, a needle in the haystack, gets hit by a bomb.
A needle in the haystack, the size of Gaza, a building is a building. Like, people are going to use it for
there are
shelter.
Thousands. That doesn't have anything to do with people recording buildings before they get bombed. Buildings are needles in a haystack in Gaza. There are thousands of buildings in Gaza City.
Yeah, that's
That'd be
not
like
what I'm
me
saying.
walking out into my neighborhood. If I knew one building was going to get bombed in my neighborhood at some point, didn't know when it was, that would be like me conveniently walking outside, knowing exactly when and what building was going to get bombed, having no like prior like knowledge of what was happening.
So your argument right now is that because Israel warns civilians that bombs are going to drop,
yes,
that bombing around civilian populations, regardless of their safety, is still a moral thing to do.
Yeah, Israel. Well, yeah, of course. Israel says like, we're gonna be bombing this area. Leave this area. There are Hamas operatives operating in this territory, and they're shooting missiles at us. We need to bomb them. So leave. You're safe here, like in Western Rafah. Go there. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Get out of the area. And they've said this explicitly. Like, if we catch you here, we're going to like in Khan Yunis for a while. If we catch you here where we know Hamas is operating and we've given you explicit evacuation orders, we're going to assume you're a terrorist.
So the assumption that someone is a terrorist means that they are allowed to be murdered. That's what you're saying?
If you're caught at a Hamas installation, aiding
Hamas is both. So Hamas is either. That's the thing, is that you keep conflating Hamas with different parts of the culture there. Is Hamas the political power, or is it the terrorist organization,
both.
or is it
both?
It's
both.
Let me finish. Or is it the military?
It's all three. It's all three.
All three.
They have a military. It's called the Al-Qassam Brigades. They are a terrorist organization because they murder civilians, not at non-military targets, and they have a stated goal to kill all the Jews. Okay, they are a terrorist organization. They're a foreign designated terrorist organization to virtually every country on the face of the planet. But they are also the political leaders in Gaza, and they're also the military. And you already said that you agree they're a terrorist organization. They're a terrorist organization with a military, just like the Houthis, just like Hezbollah, just like Al-Qaeda, and they also have a political faction. Just like all of those organizations, again. All of those organizations have political factions.
My point being is that if that is the case, then it is going to be the case also that civilian populations are always going to be ingrained, and therefore bombing campaigns are not the most effective way of getting rid of Hamas. That's my issue.
It's super effective.
If you want the least casualties on your side, it is.
True, yeah, because when you're in an urban condition and you are fighting against an organization that's like known to not wear uniforms when they're fighting in urban areas, you dramatically increase the risk that a soldier accidentally shoots a civilian thinking they're a combatant. So the best way to do this actually is missile strikes. And also the burden to like put Israeli soldiers at risk is not on Israel. Right? The war wasn't instigated by them. They can fight it however they want.
Okay, but we've already established that there has not been a legitimate election since 2006.
Because of the Palestinians. If they wanted an election, they would have an election. Israel's not in control of their election.
Would Israel recognize that election? Undoubtedly, probably not, right? Because the fact of the matter is that...
Who cares? They have independence in the West Bank and Gaza. Why the fuck does it matter if Israel recognizes their election?
Because they are actively bombing these people. How do you have an election when you're being bombed? And it wasn't just...
They weren't being bombed before 2023.
It's not just after October 7th. Israel has consistently bombed Gaza for years.
In retaliation to strikes from Hamas.
They shoot at children when they throw rocks at them.
Not true.
They go into the West Bank and they take people's homes. These are all acts of aggression against a people that you then will not recognize as an official, like, governing body unless you say so. Right?
Wait, who cares if they recognize them or not? Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
Who cares? And Israel does recognize Hamas as the governing body of Gaza.
Okay, innocent people were being killed in Gaza well before October 7th. So, the same logic. Who cares?
By who? Because Israel wasn't in Gaza before October 7th. So, by who?
What? Bombing campaigns, mowing the lawn, shooting.
Yeah, what happened? Wait. Find me one situation where Israel bombed Gaza prior to October 7th that wasn't preceded by Hamas launching rockets at Israel. One instance, please. I give you this challenge. One instance.
Mowing the lawn campaigns.
No buzzwords. No mowing the lawn campaigns. One instance where an Israeli strike on Gaza prior to October 7th was not preceded by a Hamas rocket attack on Israel. One instance. Find me one.
Okay, but that's the thing, is that if you are going to use Hamas as the catalyst for every single time you
I'm not using them as a catalyst. They are the catalyst. If you launch a rocket strike, so if I saw you in the street and you pulled out a gun and shot at me, I'm sure as hell pulling my gun out and shooting back at you, right? Justified. It's self-defense. If Hamas launches rockets at Israel, Israel has the right to strike them back, to strike the site where they're launching rockets from. I have seen these, I've held them in my hand, the rockets, right? Because the kibbutz in southern Israel have exploded munitions everywhere.
People still live there. What are you talking about?
Yes, so what? What's your point? Just because they live there doesn't because they live there doesn't mean that Hamas has the right to shoot rockets at them.
And just because civilians live in proximity to Gaza doesn't mean that Israel has the right to blow them up because of what Hamas did.
If Hamas is shooting at them, absolutely they have a right to retaliatory strikes.
Okay, then Hamas has the same right to Israel because they were bombing close to Hamas bases.
But Hamas is the aggressor.
It's a circular logic.
Hamas, it's not circular logic because Israel is not the aggressor. They are always participating in retaliatory strikes against Hamas. The only time I can think of ever in history that Israel has not been the aggressed upon is like 1956 with the Suez Canal crisis. That's the only time I can ever think of in history where Israel has not been the one that's directly aggressed upon. And even then, Egypt, I believe that was the point at which Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran and strangled Israel economically. But regardless, like that's the closest example ever in history that I can think of to where Israel did an operation or strike against somebody where they weren't aggressed prior. Again, I challenge you to find me one instance where Israel struck Hamas.
Journalists are killed by sniper fire and children are killed by sniper fire. That rock that child threw, that's enough of an aggression to justify killing Israel.
Find me
dude. Like you're conflating the fact that there's a history of conflict.
Again, cite me a situation where this happened.
There's a history of conflict to justify every action of Israel.
That's not Israel.
Cite me a situation where this happened.
Sniper, it's not Israel.
And a single Hamas person isn't all of Gaza.
It's all of Hamas.
It's literally all of Hamas.
Bombing Hamas, not the entirety of Gaza.
The entirety of Gaza is destroyed trying to bomb Hamas. That's the point that I'm making.
Not
is
the
that
entirety.
Not true. The entirety is not true.
It's really small. Gaza is tiny.
I thought there were thousands of buildings. If there's thousands of
There
buildings,
are thousands of buildings.
Very dense. Very dense.
Okay, but that's the point. Is that it is an incredibly dense population.
Yes.
You are trying to kill a very specific group, and you are killing civilians in the process.
Very few. Very few compared to other modern armed conflicts. This has been one of the least deadly to civilian conflicts in world history in terms of modern armed conflicts. Again, like Russia and Ukraine is like a meat grinder.
Your current numbers are definitely underestimating.
Definitely not. They're definitely overestimating. They're definitely embellishing.
No, I'm saying your numbers. I'm not going to talk.
I didn't cite any numbers. I never cited. I don't know how many people are dead in Gaza.
You said that you were using the Hamas's 6,000 numbers to say that less people have been killed.
Yes, I used Hamas's numbers to prove why the numbers weren't true. I don't know how many people are dead in Gaza. I don't know the demographic makeup, but I do know that Hamas is lying about it. Because their numbers
I'm
are
not
statistically
defending Hamas's
impossible.
numbers. I'm saying that based on the number of
they're the numbers you cited.
Which is what?
They're the numbers you cited. 55,000. That comes from the Gaza Health Ministry. You're not defending their numbers, but you are using them, even though they're statistically impossible.
But you're also using them, and you're not.
I'm not using them. I don't know.
Statistically, yes, they are likely.
I never cited them.
There's likely much more.
The only time I cited the Hamas numbers was to disprove the Hamas numbers. I never said 55,000 people are dead. I never said 30,000 people are dead. I don't know how many people are dead in Gaza.
You did say 30,000 people. That was your first point, and I corrected you.
According to the Gaza Health Ministry.
Yes, but you underestimated, even though the Gaza Health Ministry's
So I'm telling
numbers
you,
are correct.
I don't know how many people are dead in Gaza, but I do know that Hamas is lying about their numbers because they're statistically impossible.
So you know Hamas is lying, but you don't know the numbers. But you're making statements with bias.
Nothing more. He's not arguing for any numbers. He's not saying 50,000 are dead, or he's just saying it's not the current numbers.
I know what he's saying, but I'm saying his logic is flawed because he's using it when it's convenient and he's disputing it when it's inconvenient.
So if you say that you have, let's say you say that you have a dozen naturally born neon green sheep, right? I can rule out the statistical probability of your statement being true just based on the fact that no sheep are naturally born neon green, right? So I don't need to know how many neon green sheep you actually have to know that you don't have 12 neon green sheep, because neon green sheep aren't born, or sheep aren't naturally born neon green, right? I don't need to know like how many sheep you have or how many sheep you don't have or anything like that, right? I just need to know that you can't have 12 naturally born neon green sheep because sheep aren't born neon green naturally, okay? So, again, there should be a strong correlation between the deaths of men and women. There's a negative correlation. There should be a strong correlation between the deaths of women and children, but there isn't. There's no correlation. They're reporting per February. Their reporting per February indicated that 0 civilian men had been killed. Statistically impossible. Their death toll also increases with almost exact metronomic linearity per day, 260 per day, give or take 15%. Statistically impossible. It's never happened in any war in history, and it's sure as hell not happening now. Combine that with all the other statistical improbabilities, and it's not happening. It's not true. They're lying and embellishing their numbers.
Well, you also have to think about the fact that the infrastructure for counting these bodies is going to be constantly compromised when people are forced to move and are forced to communicate through means that are considered less.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It might be higher. It might be lower. I don't care. But I know that what they're reporting now isn't true.
Okay, so...
And even if we took their numbers for granted, even if we use their numbers and said these are the actual numbers, it's still lower than other countries.
That's my point.
I don't think it's likely
more. Even if it isn't true, it is likely more.
I don't think it's likely more. I think they have every reason to over-report the amount of people killed. And in addition to that, like even if we took their number for granted...
Germany said in their defense before the Holocaust.
One second. Even if we took their numbers for granted and said that they were real, they're still lower than virtually every other modern armed conflict that's ever happened in human history, let alone conflicts that have lasted this long.
Killing civilians when your terrorist group is considered a sparse portion of a population that is 2 million, or at least was 2 million at the start of this conflict.
It still is 2 million. What's 2 million minus... It was actually like 2.2 million at the start of the conflict. So what's 2.2 million minus 50,000 if we assume that their numbers are correct?
That's the thing. I don't assume their numbers are correct. Just like you, I assume the numbers are underestimated.
It's less than 1% of the population.
Okay, less than 1%. That doesn't matter.
And actually, you want to know what too? Like people, do you think it's a genocide?
I think that it is a ethnic cleansing campaign.
The crazy thing is like if you're gonna ethnically cleanse somebody from a place, you'd probably want to kill more people than they have births per year, because this year there will be more people in Gaza than there were last year. Because the death
so you can predict the future during this campaign.
Yes,
you can say,
because there have been more live births in Gaza than there has been deaths during the war.
As of right now, yes. You don't know how many deaths there are. That's the thing, is that you're
no, hold up. I said just a second ago, if we assume their numbers are true, which I don't think they are, if we assume that their numbers are true, the birth rate is outpacing the death rate.
The birth rate last seen was taken in conflation to prior to October 7th. Birth rate numbers have not been fully compared post October 7th because of the fact that there has been a bombing campaign for over a year. What are you talking about? The birth rate prior to October 7th was absolutely super high. But you're going to say that the birth rate post October 7th is outpacing the death rate of a bombing campaign? And you're going to say that with full confidence, yes, even though you yourself say that the bombing campaign and the deaths are not killing as many. That's the thing, is that you keep twisting your numbers around so that they work better for you.
I'm not twisting anything around.
And then you mute me every time I try to respond to you.
No, I'd mute you when you speak over me. I'm not twisting anything around. The birth rate in Gaza is 27.67 births per 1,000 population. We do that by, let's see. 1,000.
Honestly, I just want this Palestinian dude to come in. I've been dedicated to this copy.
Yeah.
It's about 60,000.
It's about 60,000 have been born?
About 60,000. The birth rate is about 60,000 people per year.
Per year. Now,
if I did the math.
Okay. Sorry, I was reading the comment.
And with that being said, the war has been going on for multiple years.
When the median number, let's say, well, I'll call it the median number because you think it's lower. I personally think it's higher. The median number that we are working with, because it's the only number actually given, is 55,000.
Yep.
Right. So based on that, yes, the birth rate is higher, but we also don't know how accurate that is post October 7th. How are we going to say that the death numbers are accurate or inaccurate? Excuse me. The death numbers are inaccurate, but the numbers of births that are happening is completely accurate.
Yeah, because the people who were already pregnant on October 7th didn't cease to be pregnant after October 7th. We know that less than 1% of the population has died. So yeah, but less than 1% of the population has died. So we're not seeing a significant amount of people killed. Not significant enough to say that like all the pregnant women are dead now. So we would assume that those people still had their babies, right?
But that's if every single baby also survived. Like, births doesn't mean survivability, especially when your hospital infrastructure has been supremely compromised due to a bombing campaign.
Sure. Birth rate's still, you could make that argument. We don't have the data on it, but the birth rate's still outpacing the death toll. You're right. Okay. Like, birth rate doesn't always equal, like, survived baby, but regardless, like, again, 2 million people are still alive. I find it a little bit far-fetched to think that, like, every baby has died.
2 million people are presumed alive based on the numbers that we have.
Yes.
I would not say.
It's not going to be 200,000 deaths. If it was actually that high, they would report it of a number to us as possible.
Exactly. They have every incentive.
But that plays more into your point that Hamas is always overestimating and is always going to try to do the thing that is most, consequential to sympathy for them.
Yes. If it is low, yes. If the number of civilian deaths is actually low, like we're saying, it is in their interest to inflate it as much as possible.
But that's also assuming that there's no journalistic integrity to any of the journalists who are out there reporting these numbers.
Wait, but it's not the journalists reporting the numbers. It's the Gaza Health Ministry.
The Gaza Health Ministry is then, that information is given to journalists.
Yeah, with zero integrity. Yeah, we're aware. BBC, CNN, yeah. The New York Times, totally. None of them have any.
Okay, so you're, that's the thing, is that you're just a right-wing pundit, dude. Totally.
Let's talk. I am, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I mean, that's the thing. That's okay. I love having conversations. I will fully admit, I was under the impression that you were like a American non-Jewish person, non-Jewish Zionist.
I am, yeah.
You're non-Jewish?
I'm non-Jewish, yeah.
That I was surprised because you have Hebrew on your arm there.
I don't have Hebrew on my arm. These are coordinates.
I thought it was.
No.
It looked like Hebrew when you were moving. Sorry.
No, they're English coordinates, or they're like English numerals.
I'll fully admit, yeah, you have a lot of information. I do think that you were still mistaken. I do think that you definitely use data to reinforce your worldview, but. Yeah, I do think that at the end of the day, both of us are very lucky to not have to deal with this specific circumstance right now in our day-to-day lives.
Totally. And there are Palestinians in all over the place that don't support what Hamas is doing, and I agree that it's very
difficult. All over the place that don't support what Israel's doing.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think they should support what Israel's doing, but nevertheless,
and I think Palestinians should support what the end of occupation.
I understand how difficult it could be for people in Gaza who don't support what Hamas is doing, and they're stuck in Gaza, and have to live there during the war. And it's also, I've actually been to the Gaza envelope, actually just a couple of weeks ago. And I interviewed a lot of the families who have to live on the border and get shelled routinely and had their family members killed and had to hide in safe rooms and then come out and find dead Hamas operatives in their flower gardens. So I understand how difficult it is for those people too, and it's really unfortunate all the way around.
Okay, well, we can call it there. I really want you to get this Palestinian guy in because he's been itching for you, bro.
All right.
Yeah, well, he's been swearing for like an hour.
Yeah, I know. I've seen. See what you have to say. All right, well, I appreciate it. See you later, Brosen. All right, let's see what this guy has to say.
It's the
Which one is it?
Wait. The Hasbullah guy.
What's his name?
Adam.
Adam.
Adam 2006. Oh my god, my German accent is slipping through.
Wait, who's the guy who's saying he's Palestinian?
Adam. The
Adam, like
guy with
ADAM?
Yeah, ADAM, and then 2006.
There's not even anybody named that's requesting.
No, you see, he has an Arabic name, but his
Yazan?
username is Adam.
Yazan with a kafia on his face? On his Bitmoji? That guy?
No. Do you know who Hasbullah is? It's like a kid in a robe, in a white robe. So
You're talking about like the little guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on his profile picture.
Okay, hold on, let me see. Yeah, there's nobody with Hezbollah profile picture requesting.
No?
No, he's just spamming for no reason, I guess.
Can you mod me? I know what it looks like.
Yeah. Say something in chat real quick.
Okay, wait.
What's up, Tenga? Wait, did you say something in chat?
Hi.
Yeah, did you?
Hey, Tango, how's it going?
It's going. Do you need me to mod?
Yeah, I can make you mod.
No, I think I already am.
Okay, good.
People are saying
Yeah, she is.
to send us there.
Oh, yeah, okay. Wait, manage guests. No, he's not requesting. And he's not alive. Okay, he got banned.
Who are you trying to have come up?
Adam. I don't know his... I don't speak Arabic. It's the guy with the hospital.
YouTube, is there a bad audio hiss? Somebody's saying audio hiss is mine. Maybe it's my central error.
There was like this really creepy noise like 15 minutes ago.
Where is
but nothing else?
Let us know when to bring people up.
You can bring people up whenever.
Yeah, I don't know who's been requesting for the longest.
Shit.
I'll let you take care of it, Prax.
Thank you. Who wants to come up, guys?
Just do it. Just do one at a time. Just do it in order.
Yeah, no, but
we'll rotate through them.
There's been one guy who's been requesting for like an hour, who's not this Adam guy. I just don't know who it is.
Prax, just bring people up. It's all good. Just
okay.
start rotating people. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if this is any better.
Hey, can you hear me?
And you can do more than one. Class, are you there? Class.
Come on, man. What's going on?
No, he's not connecting.
Now my TV won't connect to my thing, so I can't see you.
Let's see.
And is this on our end?
It's Raptor. Are you there?
Come on.
You are on mute. It's Raptor. Welcome.
Raptor, you moved it.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, hello. Do you agree with the
To address the host's questions.
All right, I'm back.
Raptor,
Yeah,
Do
sorry.
you agree or disagree?
do you want to address the host's questions there on his screen?
Oh yeah, so I consider myself to be more right-leaning conservative. I agree with the top two that he has on the screen. I also believe Israel are the good guys and illegal immigration is bad. But the third one, I'm a little bit wishy-washy because I have a little bit of issue labeling family separation a good thing. Although I do think it's a necessary thing to have control of our borders and establish our policies and all that, but I was just a little bit wishy-washy on that.
Yeah. So I support family separation for a couple different reasons. The primary ones are going to be that if you give families preferential treatment when they violate 8 U.S. Code 1325 and proper entry by alien and come into the United States, you're going to incentivize the cartel to abduct children in Mexico and smuggle them up with adults who are not their parents. This happens over and over and over and over and over again. I've spoken to border officials in Texas about this exact issue. They see the same child over and over and over again. They also catch a lot of adults with children that are not their children, and it's a huge problem. So another reason is also you don't want to give preferential treatment to illegal aliens over U.S. citizens. Like if I got a DUI right now, I would go to jail, and if I didn't have a wife, say my wife was dead and I'd have an extended family, that kid would go to a Department of Health and Human Services shelter. And the final reason is that I think there are only two options. You either send the children with the parent to a detainment facility, or you send them to a Department of Health and Human Services shelter. It doesn't seem to me that there's any real way around that. And I think the better alternative is sending the child to a Department of Health and Human Services shelter, especially because a lot of times we don't even know if that child is actually the parent's child.
Yeah, and I agree 100%. I was just a little bit more. This is in reference to the same application to the principle of which you separate a father or a mother from a child if they commit a crime in the United States. That I agree with 100%.
Yeah.
I was just a little bit perplexed on labeling as a good thing, because a lot of people on the left sort of symbolize family separation, and when it comes to applying foreign policy, or not foreign policy, border policy, they see it as inhumane and very, very not human-like to separate a child from the mother. And when I saw like it's a good thing, I just kind of like got perplexed on that.
Yeah, I think the good outcomes are you reduce the rate of the cartel abducting children and using them as pawns for the game. You also don't have to put a child in what's effectively a shitty prison, immigration detainment facility. Instead, they go to a shelter and they're taken better care of. And in addition to that, you also get to vet the child and make sure that they actually belong to that parent before you deport them altogether, and ensure that basically that child isn't, hasn't been abducted.
Cool.
I have a question, because I didn't realize that it was three separate things with three very different topics.
Yeah.
So this family separation, you believe so let's say people come here without any documentation, but they have a child here. Mm-hmm. And you're saying can you explain to me, because I want to understand from where you're coming from, so then I can maybe debate it as well with you.
Yeah, so if you cross the border illegally, you violate 8 U.S. Code 1325, you enter the country without permission of an immigration official, and you have a child with you, that child should not go to a detainment facility with you. That child should be put in a shelter until your proceedings are done and you're either allowed to remain in the country or you're deported. Most often you're...
And what happens now? Is that what is happening now, or what was the thing that was happening?
I believe we've started doing it again. Yeah, what was happening before was the children were going to the detainment facilities, which are in effect prisons. And so basically you had, if you remember, like the build up to the this policy, this zero tolerance policy during Trump's first term, the build up to it was that Trump was putting kids in cages. They would go to the detainment facilities. But Trump wasn't actually putting kids in cages like that. I mean, he was, but that wasn't his policy, right? That was an Obama era policy where the children would go to the detainment facilities, because we just didn't really have a better option. Like nobody had thought of like a solution to, we have kids in the detainment facilities with the parents. And then Trump was like, all right, cool. So they do not like the kids going to the detainment facilities. I'll take the children and put them in HHS shelters. Now, it seems like in any normal circumstance, everyone would be like, yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. Like, kids don't belong in prisons, put them in HHS shelters, especially because in a lot of cases, these are American citizens. Maybe they were born in the United States after the parents immigrated here illegally. So it's like, this makes perfect sense. And by the way, if they have another living relative who has like permanent residency status or some other like legal, any legal immigration status in the United States, or they're an American citizen, that child is not put in a shelter, but rather given to the family member. So like on its face, it seems like everyone should have supported this. And if it was Obama who did this, everyone would have been supportive of this. But of course, it was Donald J. Trump who did this. And so now they had to think of a way to demonize it. And of course, it's called family separation. So
what are the percentages of those families that are having to experience that versus the percentage of families where the child goes to live with a relative who's already in the United States? Do you have that data?
I don't have any like data for percentages of like who goes to the shelters and who goes and lives with their family members. It would just be based on like who actually has family members in the United States. But undoubtedly, most of them end up in shelters because they don't have family here. But anyone who has a living relative in the United States that has legal status, then they go there. But that's just not the case in most situations. So like admittedly, most of them go to Department of Health and Human Services shelters, which I think are a far more fitting place for a child than what effectively amounts to a prison.
And this would apply to children who are citizens of the United States, but their parents are not.
It applies to anybody
as well.
It doesn't matter if the child is a citizen or not. They're going to end up in the shelter regardless. And this is also the case for like any American citizen who gets arrested and doesn't have like a next of kin to give their child to. So, like, if I had a child with my girlfriend and my girlfriend died for whatever reason, or like, this is actually a really good example. Like, let's say I got a DUI. I was driving while like extremely intoxicated. My girlfriend was in the car and she died, and I lived. And we didn't have any other relatives that could take the child. The child would be put in an HHS shelter, the same as an illegal immigrant's child, because the child, you're not going to send the child to prison. But the person,
it wouldn't be HHS. Yeah, it would be DCFS, but yeah, similar. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So basically, you're utilizing, if a crime is committed and it involves a family, right? A parental unit is the one that committed the crime. A child is safer at a facility meant for children to be safe at versus these prisons that you're talking about.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things wrong with like not doing it this way, like the incentivization of the cartel to abduct children. So you essentially have three options of what you can do. You can put the children in the facilities with the parents. You can send them to shelters, or you can put the entire family in a shelter or in a hotel or something. That's what we've been doing for the past 4 years. And that further incentivizes the abduction of children in foreign countries by the cartel, because now people really want, it's like a huge commodity to get a child to come to the United States with that's not your child. And I spoke to border immigration officials at the U.S. border, and they told me, like, you know, I heard a lot of like really detailed stories of like, one of the sheriff's deputies in Kinney County, Texas, he there's this family, he saw them, they had been walking, he found them on the railroad tracks, had been walking for 4 days. How long have you been walking 4 days? Have you eaten anything? No. Have you drank anything? No. So there's a little girl and an adult man and an adult woman. So he gives, or two adult men and one adult woman. He gives the child his lunch, his turkey sandwich that he's going to eat for lunch. He's got two of them. Gives it to the child. Mother rips the sandwich out of the child's hand. But she says he had asked her before. She said it was her child. So you get, all right, that's fine. Goes to his truck, gets another sandwich, gives it to the girl again. Mother rips it out of her hands again and eats it. So at this point, he separates them and he says to the girl, who's like 8 years old, is that your mom? And is that your dad? That's not my mom. That's not my dad. You know, some other men in Mexico told me that I was going to come here and meet my mom. My mom's already in the United States. That girl is never going to meet her mom. She's going to be smuggled up into the United States. Those people are going to get preferential treatment. They're going to get put in a hotel. The girl's going to go missing, and she's going to get smuggled back down to Mexico to be smuggled back up with two different adults. That girl is now a pawn of the cartel. She's never going to meet her parents. She's never going to be reunited with them. And if you...
No, we don't have any statistics on this. We don't have any. Do we have data anywhere that we can look at, like how often are children being utilized in that way by the cartel?
I don't know if we have like any specific. I can look it up. I don't know if we have any specific data on this, but it definitely happens. Just based on.
No, I agree with you. I'm just very curious. I can do my own.
Let me see.
I can look it up. I just thought maybe if you had anything on hand, I'd take that.
We know that like there are millions of small children that go missing in Mexico every single year, undoubtedly stolen by the cartel. Where I think people get mixed up is a lot of people assume that those young children are being trafficked for like sex purposes, but usually that's not the case. Children like in South America, especially Mexico, are like very rarely trafficked for sexual purposes. It's usually, especially recently, for this.
Usually narcotics.
Or narcotics, yeah.
It's actually why Hezbollah, funny enough, has such a large stronghold in Central and South America, because the trade of people and narcotics is what then goes back to pay for terror attacks in the MENA region. So yeah, this is a lot bigger. I think that people really realize.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm about to leave right now, but Cam, I did see you on Jubilee, and I personally have to say that you did excellent on there.
Thank you. It was fun. Which episode?
And I never thought I'd get to speak with you. So keep debunking the leftist brothers, and I hope you have a good day, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Which episode did you see me on, by the way?
The one with Destiny.
Nice.
Yeah, Destiny is he's a moral anarchist. He definitely, especially when it comes to the old Trump assassination thing, that guy is he's an anarchist.
Yeah.
The only thing he has right is Israel,
Israel,
right?
it's Israel.
It's
It's
not
the
the guy.
only
Yeah,
thing.
that's the only thing he has about.
Yeah, he does.
And barely that. Really.
Yeah, and I especially like the debunks that you do on like Dean, Harry, Chris, and Parker and all that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Have a good day, man.
Yeah, you too.
Aw, a fan.
Hey, Tango.
Hi,
Hey,
Joey.
Cam.
Yeah, how's it going?
So I agree with all your points. I mean, I'm a Zionist. I'm Jewish by blood. I'm not exactly religious or anything. But I just had a question for Tango. I used to see you up all the time on Nick Mattel's lives, and I just never see you up there anymore. I'm not telling you to come up there. I was just wondering.
He has so many people from our side, like Zionists, like, and he's got his fiance there. There's Hammer and Braha. It's just so many voices. It would be overwhelming. So it's just easier to try to find another place where my voice can be used as well. But,
That's fair. Yeah, I was just hoping it wasn't something like, I don't know, you guys had a falling out or something. I've just been a long time fan of you guys.
That's what I heard. I heard it was big
he has a really stable panel, and obviously the spots are going to go to his best friend Hammer and his fiance
here, folks.
Daniela. It's totally okay.
Tango and Nick have beef, and I heard Hammer's involved. It's a whole thing. You heard it here first, guys. Now go over to Nick's live and inform him.
Yeah.
I
would love to stay up and I don't know, maybe even debate some pro pallies if we get any. They're usually not out this type of day or this time of day. They're usually asleep because most of them don't have jobs. But
What's good? How are we doing?
Good.
There's a couple things that were said earlier about the GHM data that I think are broadly inaccurate. I mean, just on the women to men death ratios, I mean, that's pretty consistent with a broadly gender segregated society. We saw not the same level of disparity, but a similar level of disparity in Afghanistan, and a similar level in Iraq. And it's also consistent with even Israel's analyses of the Gaza Health Ministry data, right? I think this was in late 2024, but they even analyzed the GHM data and found that they could confirm, I think it was 83% of it. So it's not super accurate to say that this is going to be some real big debunk of the GHM data. Similarly, on the linearity and the increases of the numbers, right? My understanding is this has more to do with sort of resource constraints, right? They can only do so much investigation per day, right? I think those 2 points are pretty bad. They've been pretty sufficiently responded to by the number of people. History Speaks, for example, on Twitter, put out a blog post that I think gave some pretty compelling arguments against these points. Yeah.
Okay, what about the no civilian men dying?
The no civilian men dying? Yeah. So to be clear, you don't have a response to either of those 2 points.
No. If I were to grant them to you and concede to you that in gender segregated societies, which isn't actually the case because women still live with men and men still live with women when they're married, and also it's
a sliding scale, right?
One sec. Not finished. Yeah. So I just want to respond real quick. So even if I grant these things to you, that they just don't have enough time in the day to log all of the civilian deaths, and that's why it increases with almost exact metronomic linearity every single day, and that it's a gender segregated society, and that's why we see no correlation between the deaths of women and women and men, or actually negative correlation. This would be there's still 2 blaring inconsistencies that result in high likelihood of statistical improbability, which are the fact that there's no correlation between the deaths of women and children, which makes 0 sense because this is a society that has an extra emphasis on women being with the children. And in addition to that, the fact that the death toll does not delineate between civilian deaths and non-civilian deaths, combatant deaths, right? But the Gaza Health Ministry reported in February that 6,000 people had been killed, and the military of Hamas reported that 6,000 combatants had been killed, which meant that almost 0 civilian men were being killed as if they were impervious to Israeli rockets.
I mean, you understand these are different organizations, right? So it's not going to be super surprising.
Right, but the numbers should be the same.
And actually, there's a really great breakdown. If you want to really understand those numbers and how it's an excess of males, and the casualties are males. Go to Eisenberg on X, Aizenberg. He works with the Henry Jackson Society along with Andrew Fox, and they did an entire breakdown of the data of the casualty rates.
Is the Henry Jackson Society, is that neocon?
Excuse me, just let me finish. Thank you.
It is, yeah, to be clear.
But it's Andrew Fox's breakdown, and along with Eisenberg and others who actually demonstrated very, very fluidly and fluently that it was an excess of males being unalived, and that there were not targetings of women and children based on just numbers alone from the Gaza Ministry of Health.
Yes,
and I encourage you to go look at that, because it will actually completely refute what you're trying to imply.
So there's a couple things, right? One is just naming two people isn't really going to be a response to the argument, right? And secondly, right?
My goal, listen, I'm not in front of
I thought we weren't interested in interruptions.
No. I'm not in front of my computer. I'm not in front of my computer to break down the graph for you. But if I was in front of it, I would show you the graph and you would learn something from it. So you saying that me mentioning people's names, go look at their breakdown and you will understand, because I don't have it in front of me to break it down for you. You will understand how there is an excess of male deaths and casualties. And by the way,
yeah, so again, just trust me, bro, isn't an argument, right?
Again,
so
it's not trust me, bro. Take 2 fucking seconds.
Right?
Take 2 fucking seconds.
It's okay.
Go look at it.
Be friends, trying to have a good faith conversation.
No, Hagel, you're not hearing good faith. Go for 2 seconds. Get off your account for 2 seconds. I'm not in front of my source right now. Go look.
No, now you've misunderstood what I've said, right? It's not that she's not providing a source. It's that she's not providing an argument. What she's given is 2 names of people.
Wait. So
the casualties are excess of males.
Hagel, how do you?
70%.
How do you explain the absence of civilian male deaths, and how do you explain the absence of a correlation between the deaths of women and children?
Okay, so I mean, if you want to pivot away from, if we agree that was just a sort of silly argument, right, we can now address this, right? So the issue is that, again, this is consistent with third-party analyses of the conflict from places like the UN Human Rights Commission, right?
Third-party analysis of the casualty rates, other than in two incidents, one being the PIJ rocket, which landed in a parking lot. Hamas claimed over 800 unalivings. It ended up being 15. And by the way, Hamas never removed those unalived from the data set. And one other incident, which was the World Central Kitchen incident. Other than that, there has been 0 third parties on the ground going through any of the casualty counting or data. The casualty counts are only brought 2 ways into the data set, either because somebody unalived in a hospital or because families are reporting. And guess what? In the family Google Doc where families report, 70% of the unalivings are male of fighting age, by the way. So if that's how the data is being analyzed and gathered, and the data that the rate of amputation, the rate of excess males by families reporting people missing, all point to 70% of the casualties being male of fighting age. So
to be clear, right, it's just not the case that there aren't any third party. Okay, again, you can say that, but it's just not the case that the UN hasn't done analyses of this data, right?
There are not third parties. UNRWA and the UN are not third parties.
To be clear, you think UNRWA is not a third party?
No, UNRWA has collaborators in it that are Hamas military.
Yeah, this is laughable, right? You understand that you're like a conspiracy theorist.
No, it's not laughable.
Wait. I've literally seen their ID cards. I've seen ID cards.
Wait. Come on. This is like the fact that there were a couple people involved who had some affiliation.
They invaded Israel on October 7th with UNRWA ID cards in their back pockets. What are you talking about?
Do you not know? Do you even know how it works, Hagel? That people basically collect a welfare check from UNRWA, and that makes it possible for them to be part of Hamas. They don't even have to work.
So there's a number of different claims here, right? There's a number of different claims here. So first of all, I have seen the evidence that there was UNRWA ID cards in their back pockets, although I have also seen that a lot of these were reported stolen by UNRWA agents, right? So it's not the case that these people flooding in after the barrier broke were UNRWA agents.
You're still not addressing what I just told you.
Sorry. I'm trying to address the 3 dog ship.
The casualty counts are by hospital or by families reporting on a Google Doc. In the family reporting in the Google Docs that the families get to go and say somebody's missing, 70% of those missing or unalived are men of fighting age.
Yeah, so just interrupting me to repeat the claim I'm trying to respond to isn't.
You're not responding. You're not responding.
Well, you know, you'll know if I'm responding or not if you're able to like not talk for 5 seconds, right? So the issue, right, is that again, UNRWA just straightforwardly by any sort of non-proprietary definition is going to be a third-party organization.
UNRWA is not a third-party organization. I'm
again,
so sorry.
you just
And
asserting
also,
that isn't
UNRWA,
an argument, right, moron?
UNRWA doesn't go through the casualty counts. The way that the casualty counts come out are through the Gaza Ministry of Health little red reports that they put on the Telegram page. You can download the reports from December 2024 and you can go through the data yourself. It's in Arabic, easily translatable. And you can see how the numbers have been shifted, how the genders have been shifted, how the ages have been dropped, one each in adolescent age groups, and how the reports that are coming in through their Google Docs, 70% are fighting age males.
So when you say third-party organization, what do you mean?
Not related to the conflict.
Wait, what? so not related to the conflict?
Not related to the conflict. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this is just incredibly proprietary, right? Like, you know, is like because the Red Cross not a third-party organization because they're related to like the various conflicts all over the world? Do you mean like not involved in the conflict, as in not engaged in combat, or do you mean not related to the conflict?
Again, I want you to address what I just told you.
Well, I'm trying to have a linear conversation where we don't throw out 30 schizophrenic points. We can stick to one, right? So again, I'll just ask the question you failed to answer again.
Schizophrenic is you.
I'll just ask the question again. I'll just ask the question you failed to answer once again. I understand you want to pivot away because this is an inconvenient line of questioning for you, but
okay. I have not attacked you. I'm not putting you down in any way. I've not come at you in any other way. You can stop with that.
This is another pivot. So let's just stick to...
Address the fact that aside from the hospital...
Why are you running? Why are you running from the line of question?
Aside from the hospital reported unalivings, the unalivings that have come in through the self-report portal that Hamas has up and that the families report from, 70% of them are males of fighting age that are missing.
Okay.
Address that.
So are you gonna get really mad if I speak again, or
just address that?
Right. So I will address that, but I think that we should stick to one topic at a time, right? And you wanted to. I understand you want to pivot away.
Okay. That was the topic.
Why are you running? Pivoting. What the hell?
Address the topic.
Is this Will?
Address.
Why are you running away? Come on. So let's just
wait. Hagel, is this Will?
Will, no.
No, it's not Will. Will is easily defeatable.
Yeah, so
start sweating.
So the issue again is just that you haven't answered the question, right? And I take it that an indication that someone isn't able to engage linearly. Why are we muting me? Why are we so scared? Come on.
I want you to answer the question. Why?
Do we have a norm for answering questions? Do we have a norm? That's the case.
Oh my God! What is this? Okay, Cam, have I made myself clear?
What it is an attempt to have a linear conversation.
No, we're not getting
in the two formats of reporting for unalivings in Gaza. One is hospital unalivings. The other is a Google Doc that families fill out that is part of the Gaza Ministry of Health. On those reportings, 70% of those that are missing, that families are reporting missing, 70% are fighting age males. Why is he not addressing that?
I don't know.
That's the question on the table.
It wasn't going anywhere. I kicked him. I'm not to be fair, Hagel, I'm not surrendering to you. I'm about to end the live. I've been live for 5 hours and I'm tired and my back hurts. So that's why I'm getting off, not because I was afraid of you. Anyway.
That's unfortunate.
I appreciate you guys coming up. Tango.
Positivism.
I wish I could have talked more. I wasn't. But what did you say, Joey?
I remember you from yesterday. Was all I'm saying.
Yeah, you're the one who couldn't follow an argument.
It's because you made me lose brain cells, dude. I still don't remember what you're.
I don't think you had them in the first place, to be honest.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna end the live. All right,
sure.
I've been live for 5 hours.
Have a good night, kid.
See you guys. Hagel, if you want to come back another time, come back another time, or DM me or something. I don't know.
Just another example of a radical judge saying,
thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. all of you YouTube people. Sorry that I wasn't really active with you guys like I have been in the past. Corey, Tora, Amit, you're the power players of this live stream. I appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out and, you know, being around. So I will see you guys in the next one. We'll be live again at some point. I hope you enjoyed my